We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for March 22nd, 2023. I am Stephen Nelson, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 o'clock a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 29896 will be continued to April. Case number 29705 will be continued to April. Case number 29841 will be continued to April. Case number 29837 will be continued to April. On page 5, case number 29346 will be continued to April. Case number 29843 will be continued to April. Case number 29903 will be continued to April. On page 7, case number 29913 will be continued to April. Case number 29916 will be continued to April. Case number 29857 will be continued to April. Case number 29901 will be heard out of order after case number 29895 today. The administrative docket starts on page 5 with case number 29904 and goes through case number 29789. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We'll begin with case number 29891. Application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. For an order amending the applicable orders for the Sanish-Bakken Pool, Montreal County, ND, to terminate an overlapping 2560-acre space unit described in sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 152 North, Range 92 West, establish an overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit consisting of sections 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, Township 152 North, Range 92 West, and authorize up to 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on the unit, and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. Mr. Examiner, I have 3 witnesses appearing telephonically in this case, and as well as the following 4 Whiting cases. It'll be Chance Kruljak, Brendan Hargrove, and Eva Tomova.
All right, Mr. Kruljak, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Chance, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Chance Kruljak. I work for Whiting Oil and Gas Corporation. Address is 1700 Lincoln, Denver, Colorado, 80203, and I'm a landman.
Chance, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert in land-related issues?
Yes.
Okay. And you've prepared some land exhibits for the hearing today?
I have.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Kruljak be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Chance, let's start with your exhibit L1, the locator map.
Yeah, Exhibit L1 is a locator map of North Dakota. Montreal County is shown in gray, and the Sanish Field is shown in a red outline.
Okay. Then let's move on to L2, if you can identify the proposed spacing unit for us.
Yeah, Exhibit L2 is a map of the proposed overlapping spacing unit, which comprises sections 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of Township 152 North, Range 92 West. Whiting's working interest is also displayed at 78.07%.
Okay. And let's move on to L3, if you can take us through that working interest breakdown.
Yeah, Exhibit L3 is a working interest breakdown, which shows the underlying base unit. There's 3 of them, which are sections 4 and 9, sections 5 and 6, and sections 7 and 8. Working interest breakdowns are shown in each of those, as well as acres that they allocate and percentages to the overlapping spacing unit. And then below that, Whiting's working interest is shown at 78% and the overlapping spacing unit.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Kruljack. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Hargrove, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Brendan, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Brendan Hargrove. I am employed by Cord Energy as a geologist. Business address would be 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas.
And Brendan, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert in geology-related matters?
Yes, I have.
And you're familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you put together some exhibits for the hearing today?
Yes, 3 exhibits.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Hargrove be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Brendan, let's start with your exhibit number G1, if you can kind of take us through that structure map.
Certainly. This is a structure map on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale across the area. The unit in question is noted in the green box, Township 152, Range 92, Sections 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. This map essentially shows that, the average structure across the area is about 8,100 feet subsea. It ranges several hundred feet across the unit from west to east. The dip is about a half a degree or just over that down towards the west. I'm sorry, down towards the east. Yeah, nope. I said it right the first time, down towards the west. The type log that will be referenced on Exhibit G3 is noted in the lower left, the Stanish 1-23.
Okay. Let's move on to G2, if you can take us through the ISOPAC map.
Certainly, Exhibit G2 shows the isopac of the Middle Bakken. The gross interval thickness of this unit is between 50 and 55 feet with an average of about 53.
Okay. And then let's move on to that type log that you previously identified, G3. Can you take us through that exhibit?
Yes, Exhibit G3 shows the type log, the Stanish 1-23, which is about 2 miles to the southwest of the unit in question. This essentially just shows, we're planning to target the Middle Bakken for this unit. The Middle Bakken, again, is, right around 50 feet in this particular type log. We believe this type log is consistent for the section in question.
Okay. And Brendan, is the geology underlying this proposed spacing unit pretty uniform throughout the spacing unit?
Yes, there are no major changes across the unit, and no major changes between this type log and the unit that we're discussing.
Sure. You're not aware of any faulting or other structural anomalies?
No. Nothing of note.
Sure. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brendan, you indicated you were targeting the Middle Bakken, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Looking at your G1, there's quite a few wells in the various spacing units here. Are they all drilled in the Middle Bakken, or do we have a mix of Middle Bakken and Three Forks here?
The pre-existing wells are a mix of Bakken and Three Forks.
Okay. Is there a geologic reason for the need for the additional wells being proposed here, or is that engineering related?
That would probably be engineering related, but to briefly summarize, our internal analysis suggests that the unit is slightly understimulated, and there are probably some remaining resources that can be captured by drilling more modern wells.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Was it Ms. Tamolva? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Do Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Eva, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Eva Timova Medina, and I am a development engineer with Oasis Petroleum / Card Energy, and our address is 1001 Fanning Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Eva, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert in engineering-related matters?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And you put together some engineering-related exhibits for the hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Timova Medina be received as that of an expert in this case.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Eva, let's start with your exhibit E1. Can you take us through what your proposed plan of development is going to look like?
Yes, sir. So the proposed development of the 3840 unit, Township 152 North, Range 92 West, Sections 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 in the Sandwich Field Bakken Pool is highlighted with the yellow box. The proposed middle Bakken wall bores, 6 of those are depicted with the purple lines. I've also noted the latest and greatest on surface locations with the purple boxes. The dashed lines that are shown on here are other development that's around the current unit, just as a reference. That will be developed at the same time with the 6 roll bars that are on this case.
Sure.
And yes, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Eva.
I was just going to answer or help answer the question for Brendan earlier. These are these sections are understimulated, and that is exactly the reason why we're proposing to drill these wells to make sure that we recover sufficient reserves, similarly to other PSUs in this area.
And Eva, I think the dashed line in the northernmost dashed line depicting a well bore, that's for a lease line well that will be in an upcoming case after this one, correct?
Yep.
And then also,
Yep, there's a
right, and then going off to the west, there'll be another lease line well that we'll be looking at as well, correct?
correct, yeah. Yep, and the infills that are shown there, the other dash lines, those have already been made previously.
Okay. Let's move on to E2. If you could take us through the reservoir data and the economics for the proposed wells.
Yes, sir. For reservoir properties, again, Middle Bakken, initial reservoir pressure, 7,270 psi, reservoir temperature at 230 degrees Fahrenheit, average net pay is at 55 feet with an average porosity of 6.2%, an average water saturation of 42%, all gravity at around 40 API, and gas specific gravity at 0.9. Expected gas oil ratio at 850. Standard cubic feet per stock tank barrel, and oil formation volume factor at 1.4. Moving down to the OIP and recovery. Original spacing will be at 3840 acres. Original oil in place, 29 million standard cubic barrels or standard tank barrels Formation, Middle Bakken, well, EOR, we get 692 MBO. That's for one well, and a recovery factor of 15%. Per well economics, we're ran at 65 barrels of oil and $3 per FTF. Estimated lateral length at 15,000 feet. Net sales, severance tax, and operating costs are listed, as well as net income investment and return on investment at 2.65.
Eva, in your opinion, if the proposed overlapping spacing unit is granted and you develop as you've indicated, would that prevent waste, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells, and protect the correlative rights?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions at this time. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Wade, this might be one for you, but just for the record, do you want to explain the relationship between Oasis and Whiting? Because on your gas capture affidavit, it says Oasis is seeking approval. So you just want to explain the relationship between the two companies?
Well, yeah, White, and I don't know, it might be more appropriate if Chance does it. It's, both are entities, subsidiaries of Chord, is that correct, Chance?
Yeah, both are entities and subsidiaries of Port Energy.
Eva, the first thing is the application was for 5 horizontal wells and you're depicting 6.
Yes, sir. We're planning on having an increased density case for next month's hearing. Originally, the southernmost well was planned to be section line well, and it was pulled into the unit.
And what's the timing of drilling the 2 pads?
We plan to develop this whole area. We'll be going a Spanish Bay area at the same time. So we're planning on having two rigs drilling all wells around the same time. And they'll be fracked at the same time as well.
So you're gonna have 2 rigs in this spacing unit or just 2 rigs in the area?
Two rigs in the area. We'll probably have one rig on this side and another rig on the west side.
And is it your intent to drill 1 pad and then move the rig to the other pad?
Correct.
And then all the wells will be fracture stimulated at approximately the same time?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Eva, regarding the stimulations, you indicated that it was understimulated. Do you want to give us a little bit of idea how the original wells were stimulated and then how you plan to stimulate the proposed wells?
Yes, the initial wells were stimulated at an early development. I will have to get back with numbers if they're needed. However, we do have a map that Reservoir had created with current cumulative production from those sections. And based on that cumulative production from both the Bakken and the Three Forks, it is definitely showed as understimulated by threefold. So the plan is to use our current stimulation techniques and apply those to the new well bores to recover the remaining reserves. I hope that answers your question, but if you need specifics on the frac design, both on the original well and the new well, I can definitely get that for you.
It might be worth having something on like the number of stages and the volumes and the proppant pumped or the plan between, so that the something that compares that older vintage stimulation and what you plan to do on the upcoming ones. If you would submit a supplement.
We can definitely get that.
And then, as there is a mix of Middle Bakken and Three Forks wells in the spacing unit, what's your plans when you drill across those existing Middle Bakken wells?
Correct. We will have to steer around the Middle Bakken well. Correct.
Okay.
And we have experience with that in Spanish. This is not the first infill DNC that we've re-drilled in Spanish, so we have a lot of experience with that. So we're not concerned.
Okay. And do you intend to blank a stage as you cross those wells, or will you be stimulating immediately adjacent to the existing wells?
We will be stimulating as there were no other wells there. Basically, we would be facing it as if we would be fracking a brand new well, and we would not be facing away from existing well bores.
Okay. And then, do you intend to continue producing the original wells, or will some of those eventually be plugged?
Yes, we do. As other developments in Spanish, we'll do similarly here. We'll plan to frac protect the existing wells, and depending on the interaction between the older wells and the newer wells, we will get the older wells back on production, either by cleaning them out or flushing the well bore as needed and getting them on artificial lift.
Okay.
We have not had issues getting those wells back on production
Okay.
in the past. So that's the plan. Yes, sir.
Eva, this is Bruce Six. I'm looking at your Exhibit 1. The red stippled line going through the south half of 7, 8, and 9, that appears to be the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're showing 4 wells from the north pad and only 2 from the south. I'm wondering why you wouldn't leave 4, 5, and 6 as a 1920 with 3 wells on it off of that pad, and then drill 3 wells off of the south pad consisting of 7, 8, and 9, another 1920 laydown. Was that considered?
That was definitely considered, and the conversation around why we would prefer 3840 units versus 2 1920s were basically around making sure that we drill these the most economic way, and having the ability to commingle all 6 wells will save us quite a substantial amount. And the only way to really make sure that we'll be able to commingle is if we get this 3840 spacing unit. What I've shown here as far as sticks going to paths is subject to change. We may drill that 3 wells from the bottom, the southern pad as well, and flow line either to the northern or the southern pad. So the plan is to produce all 6 wells into one single facility to make sure that we are as cost efficient as possible here. And which pad will the CTB be at is subject to some surface work that we're still working on as far as which pad will be able to accommodate that CTB.
When you indicated that you may not be able to commingle at all if you have different spacing units, is that based upon the BLM's past experience on commingling?
Yes, sir. There's a federal track in the Section 9. So, as I stated before, the only way that we're going to be for sure that we can commingle these wells is if we get the 3840 with the 219 points. There's a likelihood that they will not grant the commingling permission.
What is your cost savings of drilling this all on a 3840 versus 2 laydown 1920s? What's the savings on your facilities?
That would be around $1.5 million, assuming that we don't get the commingling exemption.
Okay. What we would like for you to do is outline that in a supplement and submit that. On Exhibit 2, you're showing a gas-oil ratio of 850. When I look at the performance of that pool, it appears that it probably hit bubble point 8 years ago, and the gas-oil ratios are quite high. Have you looked at the gas-oil ratios of the underlying wells, or I should say the existing wells in this area?
Yes, I have.
And do you still
We are
believe? Go ahead.
expecting, yes, we are expecting potentially different gas oil ratios. They were provided from our reservoir team with the near completions and the longer lateral.
Your expected producing gas oil ratio, are you passing that on to your gas gatherer to make sure they're not surprised by the large volume of gas that you're going to receive from these producing wells?
Yes, we are in communication with MPLX. They're currently upgrading some lines in the area for another operator, and the timing worked out great where we were able to give them this development in a timely manner as they were getting their design done for the offset operator. So they are aware of these wells coming online and are prepared to take away the gas in time, as we currently have these on the drill schedule.
Your estimated ultimate recovery of each well, 692,000, was that a number that you reduced due to existing production?
Yes.
How much of a reduction did you give it?
I believe that the way that the type curve was created was based on analog from existing similar Spanish development. So we took the the type curve from those developments and applied it here. So you wouldn't need to take the deduct because those are also drilled in a developed area similar to this one. Does that make sense?
What's the timing on drilling?
They are currently scheduled to drill in early 2024. Pulling up the latest.
Okay, and then the last question, Eva, you had indicated that you're going to have an increased density well next month, I believe you said. Are you talking about
Correct.
to allow the sixth well on the 3840?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And to correct, yeah, they're scheduled for December. The first wells are going to start in December, January timeframe.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Oh, Eva, can I have you spell your name for the record?
Yes. So first name is IVA, and then TOMOVA is my middle name, and last name Medina, MEDINA.
Yeah, so there were some requests for supplements?
Yeah, so Eva, do you have a time frame on when you think you could get the supplemental exhibits put together? I mean, do you need 2 weeks? Is it a week? 2 weeks?
Yes, we should be able to get it to you within a week or two at the very most.
Mr. Hearing Examiner requests that the record be held open 2 weeks.
2 weeks, so that would be to, I guess, April 5th, Wednesday, April 5th. The record will remain open for 2 weeks to Wednesday, April 5th for supplement. Anything further in this case, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
All right, and that will conclude the hearing in case number 29891. Moving on, case number 29892, application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. For an order amending the applicable orders for the Sanish Bakken Pool, Montreal County, ND, to terminate 2 overlapping 25 60-acre spacing units described as sections 35 and 36, Township 153 North, Range 92 West, the west half of Section 3, all of Section 4, and the east half of Section 5, Township 152 North, Range 92 West, and Sections 33 and 34, Township 153 North, Range 92 West, the east half of Section 1, Township 152 North, Range 93 West, the west half of Section 5, and all of Section 6, Township 152 North, Range 92 West, establish an overlapping 38 40-acre space unit consisting of the east half of Section 33, Sections 34 and 35, and the west half of Section 36, Township 153 North, Range 92 West, and Sections 4, 5, and 6, Township 152 North, Range 92 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on the unit, and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. I have the same 3 witnesses testifying in this case.
All right, Mr. Kruzak, I'm going to swear you in again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Chance, let's walk through your land exhibits. Just briefly touch on the locator map.
Yeah, the locator map again is a map of the Sanish Field, which is outlined in red in Montreal County, North Dakota.
Then let's move on to Exhibit L2. If you could identify the proposed spacing unit for us.
Yeah, the Exhibit L2 is a map with the proposed overlapping spacing unit outlined in blue. It comprises the east half of Section 33 all of section 34 and 35, and the west half of section 36 in township 153 north, range 92 west, and all of sections 4, 5, and 6 in township 152 north, range 92 west. And it's a 3840 overlapping section line unit. And Whiting's working interest is shown at 88.58%.
And let's move on to L3. Just briefly touch on the working interest breakdown.
Yeah, Exhibit L3 is a working interest breakdown which shows the underlying 5 base basing units and the acres they allocate to the new overlapping unit, as well as their percentages, and then some working interest breakdowns in there in each of those. And then at the bottom it shows the ownership in the overlapping spacing unit with Whiting at 88.57%.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Kruljack. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Hargrove, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Brendan, let's go ahead and start with your G1. If you can take us through the structure map for this spacing unit.
Certainly. Given that this spacing unit is immediately adjacent to the previous one, the next 3 exhibits are virtually identical to the previous hearing. But you can see the structure map. This is the top of the Upper Bakken structure. The 3840 in question is noted in the green box on this map. It's the same type log as well. In this case, since we're a little further north, this type log is around 4 miles to the southwest of the section, or I'm sorry, of the unit.
Okay. And then same type log.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
I have no further questions for Mr. Hargrove. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brendan, just confirming your intent again is to target the Middle Bakken with the proposed well?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Demova, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Eva, let's start with your exhibit E1. Can you take us through that development map and describe how you plan to develop this spacing unit?
Yes, sir. So the proposed 3840 units, each half of section 33L, all of section 34 and 35 west, half of section 36. Township 153 north, range 92 west, all of section 4, 5, and 6 of township 152 north and range 92 west. Highlighted with the yellow box is the proposed Middle Bakken well, a big one section line well. And we're targeting to drill that well 150 feet south of the section line.
Okay. Let's move on to the reservoir data and economics. If you can summarize that information in E2.
Okay. Reservoir properties, formation will be Middle Bakken, initial reservoir pressure 7,270, reservoir temperature 230, average net pay is at 55 feet, porosity at 6.2%, water saturation 42%, cold gravity at 40 API, gas to gravity at 0.9, gas oil ratio 850. OIP in recovery, again, the spacing unit is 3840. Well, EOR at 692. Recovery factor at 50%. Per low economics, we're ran at $65 per barrel and $3 per MTF. estimated lateral length of 15,000 feet. The undiscounted rate of return is at 2.42.
Okay. And Eva, if you're allowed to drill this well, is that going to result in increased recovery of reserves from the reservoir?
Yes, sir.
And will that then prevent waste and protect correlative rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture affidavit in this case.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Eva, Eva, did Whiting consider a little longer lateral to take in the east half of 36 and the west half of section 3?
We did. We wanted to keep it within this DSU as we're planning to develop the other DSUs separately. The overlapping DSUs or pods, we call them different things. We found it to be advantageous to make sure that the section line wells mimic the DSU or pod development as we move from DSU to DSU, so we avoid overlapping section lines. So all of the section lines to the east will have to be respaced as we develop the DSU toward the east side, if that makes sense.
Sorry to interrupt, Mark, but I think you're talking about just to the east of this one, like 36.
Correct.
I think that the next case coming up is we're looking at spacing
That's
for developing that
it's
lease
to the
line.
west.
I think the next one's to
The
the west.
one that we're gonna
Oh,
talk
sorry.
next
Yeah,
is
that's
the west. Yeah,
My
yeah,
mistake.
yeah. The ones to the east will need to be respaced as we develop those DSUs.
So your intent is to try not to leave any half miles or miles of lease line that's not
Correct.
developed? Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Any further questions from commission
Yeah,
staff?
it will,
Sorry, did not mean to cut you off if you had something to add there.
oh no, I was just gonna say that the intent is to not leave any section line stranded, whether it's half a mile or a mile or whatever we need to do. We'll respace to the east as we develop. We just didn't really like the the overlapping development. So that's the reason why we're spacing these section lines to match the unit development.
Thank you. Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
not in this matter. Thank you, Mr. Examiner.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29892. Moving on. Case number 29893, application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sanishbakken Pool, Montreal County, ND, to terminate two overlapping 25 60-acre space units described as sections 31 and 32, Township 153 North, Range 92 West, the east half of Section 3, all of Section 2, and the west half of Section 1, Township 152 North, Range 93 West, and Sections 33 and 34, Township 153 North, Range 92 West, the east half of Section 1, Township 152 North, Range 93 West, the west half of Section 5, and all of Section 6, Township 152 North, Range 92 West. Establish an overlapping 38 40-acre space unit consisting of the east half of Section 36, Township 153 North, Range 93 West, all of Sections 31 and 32, the west half of Section 33, Township 153 North, Range 92 West, and Sections 1, 2, and 3, Township 152 North, Range 93 West, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on the unit, and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp., and I have the same three witnesses testifying in this case.
All right, Mr. Kruljack, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And Chance, we're looking at the same area, so you can just briefly touch on L1 and then identify the proposed spacing unit in L2 for us.
Okay. Exhibit L1 is the same locator map of the Spanish Field outlined in red in Montreal County, North Dakota. Exhibit L2 is a map of the proposed overlapping spacing unit, which is a 3840 section line unit, which is outlined in blue. It comprises of the east half of Section 36 in Township 153 North, Range 93 West, and all of Section 31 and 32 and the west half of Section 33 in Township 153 North, Range 92 West, and all of Sections 1, 2, and 3 in 152 North, Range 93 West. Whiting's working interest is also displayed at 74.25%.
Okay, and moving on to L3, if you could just briefly touch on the working interest breakdown of that spacing unit.
Yeah, Exhibit L3 is a working interest breakdown, which shows the underlying four spacing units, the acres that they allocate to the overlapping unit, and the percentages as well. Some working interest owners in those base units are shown, and then at the bottom, Whiting's working interest as well as a few others is shown. Whiting in the overlapping unit. Whiting's working interest is, again, 74.2457%.
I have no further questions for Mr. Kruljack. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Hargrove, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And Brendan, let's, I guess, start with your G1. We're still in the same area. If there's any sort of distinctions with this spacing unit, can you kind of point them out as you take us through?
Yeah, so once again, since we're just immediately to the west of the previous hearing, or the previous case, the next three exhibits are virtually identical. Once again, the 3840 for this particular case is noted in green. Once again, the type log is the same as well. It's the Sanish 1-23. In this case, it's immediately to the south, about 3 miles.
Okay.
The one difference between this case and the previous cases can be noted on Exhibit G3. And that is that this particular case concerns the section line well, which is in fact a Middle Bakken well, but unlike the previous cases, the proposed respacing for the 3-mile unit to the south of this section line well will include both Bakken and Three Forks. So in this case, I've highlighted both formations on Exhibit G3. However, that's not necessarily relevant to this particular case. It's just, it's immediately adjacent.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Hargrove. I'd offer geology exhibits.
Geology exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brendan, being as you mentioned it, and realizing it's not necessarily pertinent to the one Middle Bakken well that's planned for this case, why just Middle Bakken in the area, except for what you're proposing, or what's being depicted on here as Middle Bakken and Three Forks for a different exhibit?
Are you asking why the sections to the south of this section line well are including Three Forks, whereas we're not including those in the unit to the east?
Yep.
So that was once again an engineering consideration. The long and the short of it is that there's nothing unusual or remarkable in the geology or in the subsurface that would suggest that, Three Forks works in one area but not in another, 3 miles away. In this particular case, it had to do with the underlying the pre-existing development and the fact that, you know, here on the west side, basically the 3 Mile unit immediately to the south of this section line well, both the Bakken and the Three Forks seemed like they were understimulated, or to put another way, the economics of the wells worked such that both Bakken and Three Forks kind of passed our metrics, whereas in the unit to the east, only the Bakkens really did, and so it made sense to include only Bakken in the redevelopment plan.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, Ms. Tamova, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, Eva, let's start with E1, and if you could take us through your proposed development plan for this spacing unit.
Yes, sir. So the proposed development plan for the 3840 unit, east half of section 36, township 153, north range 93 west, all sections 31 and 32, west half of section 33, township 153 north, range 92 west, and all of sections 1, 2, 3 of township 152 north, range 93 west. The proposed Middle Bakken well bore is highlighted in purple to the north, and also has the yellow box around it. We are planning on drilling that 150 feet south of the section line, and the proposed location is kind of hidden by the yellow box, but it's there on the west side.
Okay. Let's move on, and if you can just, on E2, just briefly summarize the reservoir data and then what the economics would look like for the proposed well.
Yep. Reservoir property, Middle Bakken, average net pay 58 feet, porosity 5.6, water situation 52%, specific gravity 0.9, gas oil ratio at 900. Well, EUR is at 597 MBO. The economics were ran at 65 barrels of oil and $3 per MCF for the estimated lateral length of 15,000 feet. The undiscounted rate of investment is at 1.78.
Okay. And even your opinion, would the proposed spacing unit and this planned development prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions. That offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Even in this case, the west half of 36 and the east half of 4 do you know if there's any plan to develop that lease line and other lease lines to the west along that township line?
Yeah, so that's going to be done with the development to the north. We talked about that with the reservoir, and we would have spaced away from those existing continental wells anyway. So with the struggles of getting a location to drill that section line well all the way down that section line, this was the best decision for our company, and the plan to develop those reserves would be with the northern development.
Do you know if Continental plans to drill a lease line well between looks like 34 and 35, and then 4 and 5 and the east half of 6? And the west half of 3?
Let me pull it up. I honestly, I don't know. But like I said, we are planning on developing the section to the north to make sure that we're talking about the same. We're planning on developing the section or to the north at a later date. There's a lot of federal minerals and federal surface there, so it's quite challenging. But we are planning on drilling a well that's not going to be a section line well, but it's going to be within the 500 north-south hard line, and we are expecting to be able to get those reserves between the existing continental development on the Limousine and ours, just based on the Bakken to Bakken spacing that we're currently targeting.
Okay, thank you.
Eva, the well pad that you're indicating to drill this well from, is that an existing pad?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29893. Moving on. Case number 29894. Application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Glass Bluff Bakken Pool to establish 2 overlapping stand-up 1920-acre space units described as sections 1930 and 31, and sections 2029 and 32, Township 152 North, Range 103 West, Williams and McKenzie Counties, ND, to authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. I have the same 3 witnesses testifying in this case.
Mr. Krujak, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Wade, we're actually going to have Greg Sandberg do the land for the next 2 Whiting cases as well as the Oasis case that's following.
Oh, okay, my apologies. Greg Sandberg will be on land for the next 3 cases. So.
All right, Mr. Sandberg, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Greg, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Greg Stenberg. I'm employed by Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. and Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC, both wholly owned subsidiaries of Ford Energy. Business address 1001 Fannin, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Greg, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert in land-related matters?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And you prepared some land exhibits for these hearings?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'd move the testimony, Mr. Sandberg, be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Greg, let's start with exhibit L1, if you can identify the area we're looking at.
Absolutely. We're looking at the locator map here on L1. Township 152, 103, the outline there of sections 19, 20, 30, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Okay.
Moving down to L2, this is the requested spacing, overlapping spacing, and the two stand-up 1920 spacing units with the corresponding working interest. I will note on this Exhibit L2, there's a corresponding case to the north that'll be heard tomorrow from Grayson Mills. It's case number 29926 regarding the spacing units to the north that I'll show you on L3.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to L3 then.
L3 is the underlying spacing unit. the units highlighted there, A and B, are currently Whiting operated units. The units to the north, C and D, are currently undeveloped in the Bakken, and Whiting's corresponding working interest is shown there for each of those 1280 spacing units.
Okay. And let's,
L4,
oh, go ahead.
yeah, one more. Yeah, I've got L4 here. And this is just a depiction. That yellow outline there is the Corps of Engineers flowage easements in the area. And you can see that the 1280 spacing units C and D there are wholly contained within those flowage easements for the river itself.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Sandberg, and I'd offer the land exhibits.
The land exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Greg, I thought, didn't you say you were gonna show us, an exhibit that would show the development from the Grayson Mill case?
I'm sorry if I miscommunicated there. I was just referencing that case. They will be respacing into 17 and 18, so as not to strand any of those sections there through our spacing efforts here.
Okay, I'll take a look while we're going to the next witness.
Sure.
Greg, looking at your exhibit L4, the flowage easements that you're depicting there, are those all no surface occupancy?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, this is Bruce Hicks. Looking at your L2, you've only got 33% of that 1920. Will you be working with other working interest owners in the spacing unit on operatorship?
Yes, from the analysis, we will have the highest working interest there in the purported 1920. There are leasing efforts underway also to increase that, and we will be in discussions with the other larger working interest owners in both of those units.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? See none? Move on to Mr. Hargrove. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Brendan, let's start with G1. Can you take us through your structure map for this proposed, these two proposed spacing units?
Certainly. Yeah. Exhibit G1 shows the structure on top of the Upper Bakken Shale for this area. The two proposed 1920s are noted together here in the green box. In this particular case, the average depth to the Upper Bakken is around 8425 subsea TVD, with the overall structure dipping down at about a 0.15 degree to the east-southeast.
Okay. And let's move on then to the ISOPAC map in G2.
Yes, the ISOPAC shown in G2 is the gross interval ISOPAC of the Middle Bakken. In this particular area, the Middle Bakken is between 25 and 26 feet thick with very little variation across the units. I'll also note on both of these that the type log that I reference in G3 is noted just to the southwest of this unit. It's the Croix Amico A1.
Okay. And let's move on to G3. Take us through that type log.
Yeah, so Exhibit G3 is the type log in question. This is the Croix Amico A1, located, once again, it's just about less than a mile from the westernmost of the two 1920s. I've noted the Middle Bakken here in yellow. For these 1920s, we are currently planning on targeting Middle Bakken alone.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Hargrove. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brendan, the existing wells on the 1280s, are those all Middle Bakken wells also?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, Ms. Tomova, Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
All right, Eva, let's go to Exhibit E1. Can you describe for us what the development would look like on these proposed 1920s?
Yes, sir. The proposed development is highlighted by the navy dash line, 1920 units. The first one would be Section 19, 30, 31 of Township 152 North, Range 103 West. And the second one, Section 20, 29, 32, Township 152 North, range, excuse me, Range 103 West, the left field, Bakken pole. The proposed middle Bakken well bores are highlighted with the red dash line. There will be 4 wells per 1920.
Okay. Let's move on.
Surface locations are still being worked.
Okay, sure. Let's move on to E2 then. If you can summarize your reservoir data and take us through the economics for the proposed wells.
Yes, sir. Reservoir property, yes, target formation is the middle Bakken initial reservoir pressure be 7,680. Reservoir temperature at 255. Average net pay at 25 feet. Average porosity at 7.6. Gas oil ratio 1,015 standard cubic feet per stock tank barrel. Oil formation volume factor at 1.4. Spacing. Moving down to OAT and recovery. Again, 15 unit is 1920, and well, you are at 648 MBO. Moving down to the per well economics, ran at $65 per barrel, and $3 per MTF for an estimated lateral length of 15,000 feet. The expected return on investment is 1.73.
Eva, in your opinion, if these proposed spacing units get granted and you can develop as you've indicated, would that prevent waste, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells, and also protect the correlative rights of all of the interested owners?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Eva, where would the 2 pads be located for these 2 different DSUs?
We don't have a final on that, but there will be a pad for each DSU on the southern part of both 1920.
Would you drill both 1920s at the same time?
Correct, yeah.
And do you have a time frame as when you plan on doing the drilling or no?
I believe they're currently in late 2024 time frame.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
All right, that will conclude the hearing in case no. Oh, so we did have a letter from the BLM on this one, some federal rights. Did you want a chance to respond to that at all, or?
Let's see. One moment. Pull it up.
Or was that a question for me?
No, it's, the BLM submitted a letter indicating that there's unleased federal tracks, within the proposed spacing units. I mean, I don't know that there's really anything we need to submit in at this time, so.
Just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond, but
Yeah.
so that letter will be a part of the record. Yes, anything further, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29894. Moving on, case number 29895. Application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Glass Bluff Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre space unit described as sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 152 North, Range 103 West, Williams and McKenzie Counties, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp., and I have the same three witnesses in this case.
All right, Mr. Sandberg, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And Greg, there's going to be some overlap, obviously, in this one, so if you just want to briefly kind of walk us through your land exhibits.
Absolutely. L1's the similar locator map, just with the broader 3840 depicted. L2 is the similar map showing our corresponding working interest in that. And just to clarify, this is a respacing for the section line in between the two stand-up 1920s that were heard just previous to this. L3 depicts the two underlying spacing units as shown in that previous case. And the corresponding working interest.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Sandberg. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The land exhibits are admitted. Questions from staff? Moving on. Mr. Hargrove, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And Brendan, again, we're looking at a proposed 3840 for the lease line well that consists of the previous two spacing units you just discussed. So if you have any distinctions on geology with respect to what you previously testified, can you just point that out for us?
Yeah, there are no changes from the exhibits shown here from those shown in case 29894. Everything is identical. This is simply, again, referencing the section line well between the two 1920s.
I have no further questions for Mr. Hargrove. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The geology exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Ms. Tomova, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
All right, Eva, take us through E1 if you can describe how the development for the proposed lease line would work.
Yes, sir. So the proposed development of the 3840 unit between the two 1920s that we just heard is shown there with the red dashed line. Pretty straightforward development here.
And moving on, if there's the reservoir data and economics, if there's any distinctions from the previous summary in the last case, can you point those out for us?
Yes, everything is identical to the previous case, case number 29894.
So Eva, if the proposed 3840 were to be granted to allow you to drill this lease line well, would that prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner.
I should ask one question, excuse me. Eva, as far as the well goes, will that be drilled in conjunction at the same time as the 1920s?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's the plan. Yep.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that that's the plan. The plan is to develop both 1920s and the section line 3840 at the same time.
Okay, I just wanted to point out that 19 and 20 have not been developed, so this lease line well likely would not be allowed until at least one of those 1920s and each had been developed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from staff? Anything further, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29895. And as noted at the start, we will be jumping ahead to case number 29901. That is application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order granting relief from Commission Order number 32180 and amending the applicable orders for the Hardscrabble, Indian Hill, and/or 8 Mile Bakken pools to establish an overlapping laydown 3840 acre space unit described as sections 25, 26, 27, 34, 35, and 36, Township 153 North, Range 102 West, Williams and McKenzie Counties, ND, to authorize 12 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. Mr. Examiner, I have the same three witnesses testifying in this case. And just, Mr. Examiner, for context, Mr. Sandberg will, get into it a little bit, but this is, you'll note from the caption, the proposed spacing unit that Oasis is seeking is within the area that was subject to the Commission's recent order number 32180, where the Commission had, with respect to concerns about, stranding acreage, things like that, had directed the operators within a certain area to look at, potentially unitizing that area, or in the alternative, coming up with a plan of development that would result in the, all of those lands to be able to be fully developed, without any waste or anything getting stranded. Oasis has communicated with those others, and they've come up with what they feel is an appropriate plan of development that would address the concerns of the Commission in that order. And part of that is the proposed spacing unit that Oasis is seeking here today. There's another case on the docket tomorrow on behalf of Grayson Mill that's also sort of another piece to the puzzle. But
Thank you. So, Mr. Sandberg is your first witness?
yes, Mr. Sandberg's first witness.
All right. Mr. Sandberg, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Greg, let's go ahead and start with Exhibit L1. If you can identify the area that we're discussing today.
Absolutely. L1 there is the locator map again, showing the outline proposed 3840 in red. It's Township 153, range 102, sections 25, 26, 27, 34, 35, and 36. Jumping down to L2,
Yep.
you'll see the similar map there with the working interest, Oasis's working interest in that proposed 3840. L3 shows the three underlying stand-up 1280s with the corresponding working interest in those as well. And to Wade's introduction here, the L4 is going to be an overview of the area outlined in order number 32180 with the proposed 3840 spacing shown there in green. The existing spacing, Oasis spacing, is there in red. Existing Continental spacing is in blue. And the orange outline there is the Grayson Mills proposed case tomorrow. It's case number 29927 that would round out this area for development.
Greg, has Oasis communicated with the other operators within this area?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Is there any opposition to your proposed development plan?
No, both Continental and Grayson Mill are supportive of this spacing pattern.
Okay. And you have evaluated this not for just this 3840, but you have looked at the entire area and are confident that you have a plan of development in place that would allow all of this acreage to get developed?
Absolutely, yes.
I have no further questions for Mr. Sandberg. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Greg, I'm trying to piece this together, but looking at the upper left corner that you don't have colored in the black outline, what spacing unit is there?
There's a fully developed stand-up 1280. I'm sorry, developed on the west half. So I believe there's 4 wells on that west half, and the east half of those sections were spaced into the red boxes shown there on the map. So it's what would be depicted on the map as a developed stand-up 640.
So that box is part of sections 4 and 9 then, or that non-filled in area is part of 4 and 9?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, we'll move on. Mr. Hargrove, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right. Let's see. Randy, let's go ahead and start with your exhibit G1. Can you take us through the structure underlying this proposed 3840?
Certainly. As with the previous exhibits, Exhibit G1 shows the structure on top of the Upper Bakken Shale. For this unit, the average depth to the Upper Bakken is about 8,500 subsea TVD. The formation overall is dipping at about 0.2 degrees down to the southeast. The type log that I'll reference in G3 is right there in section 36 in the southeast corner of this unit. It's the state 1-36.
Okay, let's move on to G2. Can you take us through the isopac map?
Yes, Exhibit G2 shows the gross interval isopac of the Middle Bakken. The average thickness of the Middle Bakken here is between 30 and 32 feet thick with very little variation, albeit slight thickening of the formation down to the southeast.
Okay. And then let's move on to that type log G3.
And G3 shows the type log that I previously referenced. This is the state 1-36. I've noted the Middle Bakken here in yellow. For this unit, we are only intending to target Middle Bakken.
Okay. And Brendan, is the geology underlying this proposed spacing unit pretty uniform throughout the entirety of the spacing unit?
Yeah, that's correct. Like I said, there's very slight thickening of the Middle Bakken to the southeast, but it's very slight, and otherwise the subsurface features are all fairly uniform.
You aware of any faults or structural anomalies?
I am not. There are no mapped structural features, faults, or other anomalies in this area.
I have no further questions for Mr. Hargrove. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brendan, the existing wells on the 1280s, are those all Middle Bakken target, or are there both Middle Bakken and Three Forks in there?
I believe they're all Middle Bakken. I would need to double check the the shorter laterals that you see in like section 34 and 35. But to my knowledge, all of the pre-existing wells are Middle Bakken wells.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none? Ms. Tamova, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is true, will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Eva, let's go through your E1, and can you just walk us through how you would intend to develop this proposed 3840?
Yes, sir. So the proposed development, 3840 unit, is highlighted with the dashed blue line and encompasses sections 25, 26, 27, 34, 35, 36 of Township 153 North, Range 103 West. It's across 3 fields, Indian Hill, 8 Mile, and Hard Scrabble Field, back and full. The proposed Middle Bakken well bores are highlighted in red. There's going to be 12 of those. And we have a couple surface locations identified here, and really the big reasoning for us wanting 3840 is the limited surface location options in this area.
Let's move on then to E2, if you could walk us through the reservoir data and then the economics for the proposed wells.
Yes, sir. For reservoir properties, targeting the Middle Bakken initial reservoir pressure, 7,745 psi, reservoir temperature, 245 degrees Fahrenheit, average net pay at 30 feet, average porosity at 6.9%, average water saturation 36%, gas oil ratio at 760 standard cubic feet per stock tank barrel. Moving down to OOAP and recovery, in 3840 spacing for Middle Bakken, EUR, well EUR is at 586 MBO. The economics were ran at $65 per barrel of oil and $3 per MCF, with an estimated lateral length of 1,500 feet. The undiscounted return on investment here is 1.22.
Eva, in your opinion, would this proposed spacing unit with the development you've described, would that prevent waste, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells, and also protect the correlative rights of the interested owners?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. That off the engineering exhibits and the gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Eva, are you looking to do one large pad, or 2 pads?
We have 2 or 3 options, so we're still in the initial planning stages. Most likely 2 pads would be ideal, but again, we're working through that. We don't want to say one or another. Both options are on the table.
And I'm assuming those are going to be over in section 30 or 31 along that energy corridor?
They will be in section, 36. Really sure.
This is Greg Stenberg. I'm happy to jump in here on the surface issues. There are, we have multiple locations highlighted that we're pursuing. And so a lot of the outcome of the 2 versus 3 pads will be dependent on which locations we land on finally. And we have locations highlighted in section 36, 153, 102, and to the east there in section 30 and 31.
Okay, thanks.
Greg, since surface locations are a big issue in the commission's decision, part of the commission's decision in the previous case, can you give me a little more specific on where these pads might be located?
Yeah, because we're working so many different options, it's hard to pin down exactly where they will be. But if you look on L4, on there depicted in the yellow again is the Corps of Engineers owned surface. So again, preclude surface occupancy there. And then there's a bluff right along there. And so everything has to be obviously to the east of that bluff. There's a road to contend with. There's surface owner concerns that we're contending with, which is why we have kind of that broad area that we're working in currently.
If it would be helpful, we can provide an additional exhibit with those locations if that's needed. But like Greg mentioned, those are still preliminary and we're still working through them. But the good thing is that we have 5 options currently that we'll have to work through, like Greg mentioned.
Yeah, that would be helpful if you could submit that with those proposed surface locations, and not to get it too detailed or busy, but I guess depending on where they're located, about how many wells you plan on drilling off each. I assume you're going to settle on, as you said, either likely 2 pads, and if you can give us some indication of what your ideal situation would be, and we understand that could change.
Well,
Eva, this is Bruce Hicks, and also Greg. When you submit this supplement, we would want to also know what wells are going to be drilled from what pad. What you're showing us on Exhibit E1 is not probable in probably any case that you're going to be able to drill. So, it would be very important for us to know how you're going to develop that north half if you're drilling from the south end on a pad there. So, give us some direction on how you're going to drill these. In the past, the commission has denied locations because of the location. We want to make certain that we're not going to be in the floodplain. So, thank you.
oh, will do. We have those. There's 2 locations for the northern wells, so we'll submit that along with which sticks we think are going to go to which pad.
Eva, did Oasis contemplate drilling this as 2 lay-down 1920s?
Yes, we did. But as Greg mentioned, due to the uncertainty on the location piece, we feel strongly that the 3840 will give us a better option to develop this whole acreage.
If the 3840 is established, do you plan on developing the whole spacing unit at once, or will it be piecemeal?
The current plan is to develop the whole spacing unit at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, there was a request for a supplement there, Mr. Mann. Would the 2-week work again to April 5th, or?
Yeah, even Greg, is April 5th sufficient for that supplemental exhibit as well?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
The record will remain open until April 5th for supplement. April 5th, 2023, I should clarify. All right, and that will conclude the hearing in case number 29901. The time is 10:35. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Meet back here at 10:45 to reconvene. We are back on the record. The time is 10:46. We are on case number 29896. This is application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Keenbach and Three Forks Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre space unit described as sections 23, 24, 25, and 26, Township 153 North, Range 96 West, Mackenzie County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to April. Case number 29897, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Keene, Bakken, Three Forks, and/or Union Center Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 2560 acre space unit described as all of sections 31 and 32, Township 153 North, Range 95 West, and the west half of all of sections of Section 1, all of Section 2, and the east half of the west half of Section 3, Township 152 North, Range 96 West, Mackenzie County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. I have three witnesses appearing telephonically in this case and the next case, and it's Pushpa Nelikatil, Brian Sitek, and Nick Stavisky. Yep, that's fine. And it's Ms. Nelikatil.
Ms. Nelikatel, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Pushpa, can I have you state your name and maybe spell it for us for the record?
Sure. My name is Pushpa Nelikatil. First name is spelled Pushpa. Last name Nelikatil is spelled Nellikkaattil.
And Pushpa, can you tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and also give us your business address?
Yes, I am employed by ConocoPhillips as a land negotiator. Our business address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas 77079.
Pushpa, have you previously testified before this commission?
No, I have not.
Can I have you briefly take us through your educational background and then relevant work experience?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree from Texas A&M University, and I also have a law degree from South Texas College of Law. I have 14 years of experience as a land negotiator. The majority of that time was spent with BP, and I'm currently employed by ConocoPhillips as the land negotiator supporting our Bakken asset group.
Okay. And Pushpa, are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing units that we're going to be discussing today?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you put together some land-related exhibits for these hearings?
Yes, I did.
I'd move the testimony of Ms. Nelikatil be received as that of an expert in these cases.
The expert testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Pushpa, let's start with exhibit your 1.1. If you can identify the spacing unit that we're talking about.
Yes, so Exhibit 1.1 identifies our proposed spacing unit. It is going to be comprised of Sections 31 and 32 of Township 153 North, Range 96 West, Sections 1, 2, and 3 of Township 152 North, Range 95 West.
Let's move on to Burlington's working interest in that proposed spacing unit, 1.2.
Sure. So Exhibit 1.2 identifies our working interest in this particular unit along with our working interest owners. Burlington Resources will have approximately 33.20% working interest.
Okay. And then let's move on, exhibit number 1.2, sort of the breakdown of the working interest in the underlying spacing units.
Sure. So the underlying spacing units, there are 5. They are the Waterson spacing unit, which is operated by Burlington, the Blue Ridge spacing unit, which is operated by Burlington, the Everglades spacing unit that is also operated by Burlington, the Iron Horse spacing unit, which is operated by Burlington, and then finally the Midnight Run spacing unit, which is also operated by Burlington.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Pushpa, this is Bruce Hicks. Do you have a partnership with Continental in this area?
We do have a joint development agreement in place with Continental.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Sitek. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Brian, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Brian Sitek. I am employed by ConocoPhillips as a geologist, and my business address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, 77079.
And Brian, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert in geology-related matters?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Sitek be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Brian, let's start with Exhibit 2.1. If you could take us through the structure underlying the proposed spacing unit.
Yes, so Exhibit 2.1 shows a structure map which is gridded on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale over the area of interest. This top is representative of the underlying target formation. We can see from the structure map there is kind of a gentle dip toward the south across the proposed 2560 spacing unit. I've also identified the location of the type log by the star. They're just about a mile north of the spacing unit. And, based on our analysis of the structure in this area, there are no faults or other structural features that would be an impediment to development in this area.
Okay. Let's move on to your type log. Next exhibit 2.2.
Yeah, so this type log is the Texaco Inc. Solarian Unit 58-1. I'm showing a gamma ray track and the depth in subsea TVD. I've indicated the kind of the formation tops of the Bakken pool and indicated those with the red line. And I've highlighted the Middle Bakken member as our identified target interval. And I've selected this type log because it is nearby the area of interest. And based on our kind of study of this area, it is a representative of the reservoir and the Bakken pool for this area.
Sure. I have no further questions that offer. Well, no, you're good. Sorry, Brian. You're gonna address development as well.
Sure. Yeah.
Let's move on into 2.3, that development map, and have you describe for us how you'd intend to develop the spacing unit.
Yeah. So the exhibit 2.3 shows the again the area of interest with the producing wells shown with the Middle Bakken producing wells in blue, Three Forks in the orange, and Three Forks Bench 2 in green. The dashed black line is the location of our proposed lateral within the spacing unit in this case. And then I've also shown in a gray dashed line an offset lateral, which will be also, I think, in an upcoming case, which we would plan on co-developing from a single surface location, ideally located somewhere, in section 32 or 2 there in this spacing unit.
And with that, I have no further questions. I'd offer 2.1 through 2.3.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Mr. Stavisky. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes, I do.
Nick, let's start with 3.1, and if you could take us through that wellbore schematic and describe for us how you would intend to drill and complete the proposed well.
Before you do, Mr. Mann, do you want to offer?
Oh, yeah,
this?
sorry, I've getting ahead of myself. Sorry, Nick. Can I have you state your name for the record, by whom you're employed, in what capacity? Give us your business address.
Yes, sir. So, Nick Stavisky, employed by ConocoPhillips, and work address 935 North Eldridge Parkway in Houston, Texas.
And Nick, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert in engineering-related matters?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've put together some exhibits for these hearings?
Yep.
Okay.
So, three exhibits.
One sec. I just move that the testimony of Mr. Stavisky be received as that of an expert in the case.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay. No, Nick, go ahead. On 3.1, just walk us through how you drill and complete the well.
Thank you, guys. Yep, so here's the first exhibit that I put together. Basically just shows our three-string design, the approximate landing depth of our surface casing, the production casing, and then the production liner with our completion design. We'll be targeting the Middle Bakken formation situated in between the Upper Bakken and Lower Bakken Shale. So pretty standard design, no real changes here. Going on to the second exhibit here, just kind of shows the reservoir parameters that we've used our geologic model to kind of help get an average parameter. So here shows just the unit area, the average thickness, porosity, and saturation, which is pretty in line with other areas in the field. And then finally the projected oil in place and the expected recovery of the unit and the recovery factor. So nothing too different or crazy in terms of the reservoir fluid properties.
Let's move on to the economics then, 3.3.
Yep, and then here's finally the economics. So again, here just kind of shows the working interest, revenue interest we have, the prices, and again that same recovery of a little over 550,000. And then again showing the economics. This is an economic project for us, delivering a rate of return of about 66%, paying out in about 1.5 years.
So Nick, in your opinion, if the overlapping spacing unit is approved to allow for the drilling of this lease line well, would that prevent waste and protect the correlative rights of the interest owners?
Yes, it would.
I have no further questions. That offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Yes, anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29897. Moving on. Case number 29898. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Charleston Union Center and/or Hawkeye Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as all of sections 33 and 34, Township 153 North, Range 95 West, the east half of the west half and east half of Section 1, Township 152 North, Range 96 West, and all of Section 6 and the west half of Section 5, Township 152 North, Range 95 West, McKenzie County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, and I have the same three witnesses.
Right. Ms. Nellycuddle, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And Pushpa, let's start with Exhibit 1.1, if you can identify the proposed spacing unit for us.
Sure. Exhibit 1.1 identifies a proposed spacing unit, which is going to be comprised of sections 33 and 34 in Township 153 North, Range 95 West, Section 1 from Township 152 North, Range 96 West, and Sections 5 and 6 in Township 152 North, Range 95 West.
Let's move on to 1.2, if you can take us through your working interest in the proposed spacing unit and the underlying units as well.
Sure. So Exhibit 1.2, it shows our working interest and the working interest owner's interest in the proposed unit. It is followed by a table of each of the underlying spacing units, which is going to be comprised of the Madison spacing unit, which is operated by XTO, the Three Rivers spacing unit, which is operated by Burlington, the Midnight Run spacing unit, which is operated by Burlington, the H.A. Dahl spacing unit, which is operated by Hess, and then the H.A. Mogan spacing unit, which is operated by Hess. And we have reached out and communicated to the other operators of the underlying unit about our plans for this proposed spacing unit. So that would be XTO and Hess.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Sytek, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Okay, Brian, 2.1, if you can describe the geology underlying this proposed spacing unit.
Yes, so this is the same structure map as was presented in the previous case. The structure map created on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale, again, which is representative of the underlying target formation. The only things that really changed on this one are the location of the proposed spacing unit and then the location of the type log. I've chosen another type log, which is a bit closer to this particular spacing unit. And again, on this map, we don't see any mapped structural features that would be an impediment to development in this area.
Okay, and why don't you just take us through that type log then for this case?
Yes, so this type log is the Burlington Resources Uberwacken 2234. And again, on this one, I'm showing the depth in subsea TVD and then gamma ray, and then highlighting the tops of the Bakken and Three Forks pool, or the members of the Bakken and Three Forks pool. And then again, just highlighting the Middle Bakken interval, because that is our planned target for this DSU, or proposed spacing unit.
Sure. And let's move on then to 2.3 and describe for us how you would develop this spacing unit.
Yeah, so this is similar to the map shown in the previous case, but with the other offset or other proposed lateral highlighted in black this time, and then showing the lateral from the previous case in light gray, in the light gray dashed line. And again, ideally these two would be developed at the same time from a single surface location located, in between the two. Those two wells in either section 32 or 2.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Sytek. I'd offer 2.1 through 2.3.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Stavisky. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And Nick, you've got your wellbore schematic 3.1. Would you drill and complete this essentially the same as the other well that you just discussed?
Yep. So very small variations to all of these schematics, but since they're right next to each other, says they should be more or less the same from the drilling and completions perspective from 3.1. And then 3.2, again, the numbers should be very similar, but maybe, again, different units were used to get the average porosity saturations and those sorts of things. So slight variations there, which leads to a slightly higher, a slightly lower stope in place and a slightly higher recovery factor. But again, given we use the same parameters for this well, the economics are pretty much the same, except the working interest and revenue interest are a little bit lower, as seen in Exhibit 3.2.
Okay. Nick, in your opinion, again, would creation of this overlapping spacing unit to allow for the drilling of this lease line well, would that prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29898. Moving on. Case number 29899. Application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Alger and/or Robinson Lake Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 2560 acre space unit described as sections 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 155 North, Range 93 West, Montreal County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC. I have three witnesses appearing telephonically in this case. Derek Abrahamson, Motun Akinpelu, and Aisha Keshimir, and I'll call them now. Wade Mann. Derek, can you hear me? Hey guys, we're live in the hearing room.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Mr. Abrahamson, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Derek, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yeah, my name is Derek Abrahamson, Senior Land Negotiator at Hess Corporation, and the address is 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Derek, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert in land-related matters?
Yes.
Okay, and you're familiar with the land-related matters associated with these hearings?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Abrahamson be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Derek, let's start with your exhibit number 1, if I can have you identify the proposed spacing unit.
Okay, this is the location map of Township 155 North, Range 93 West in Montreal County. In green is the requested 2560 spacing containing sections 29, 30, 30, 31, and 32. And in the blue are the existing underlying BSUs.
Okay. Then let's move on to exhibit number 2. If you can take us through your working interest in the proposed spacing unit as well as the underlying spacing units.
Okay, this is a land plat showing the proposed 2560 spacing. In blue is the Hess operated in Abrahamson, which owns about roughly 79% working interest, Whiting 6%, and others 14%. In yellow is the Grayson Mills operated Burris BSU. Hess owns approximately 9%, Grayson Mill 90%, and others 1%. And in the orange is the Hess operated Raydown 2560, again, Swanchera A, and Hess owns roughly 84%, Whiting 10%, Northern 3%, Grayson Mill 2%, and others 2%. The total of the 2560 proposed overlapping spacing units has Hess with roughly 64% working interest, Grayson Mill with roughly 24%, Whiting with 6%, others with 6%.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Abrahamson. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Ms. Akinpelu. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Motun, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes. My name is Motun Akinpelu. I'm currently employed as an operations geologist for Hess Corporation, located at 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, zip code 77010.
And Motun, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert on geology-related matters?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying these proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Akinpelu be received as that of an expert in these cases.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Motun, let's start with exhibit number 3. If you can describe the structure map for us.
Yes. Exhibit 3 shows the location of the existing GSUs in blue and the requested 2560 in green. This is a top middle Bakken structure map, and it is presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation is dipping to the southwest. The line A to A prime represents the locations of the wells used in the cross-section in Exhibit 4 on the next page.
Okay. And let's go ahead and move on to your cross-section, exhibit 4.
Yes. Exhibit 4 is a stratigraphic cross-section plotted at the top of the Bakken, showing that the formation is present and continuous throughout the area.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Ms. Keshemir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Aisha, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
So my name is Aisha Kashmir. I'm a reservoir engineer employed by Hess Corporation, located at 51501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
And Aisha, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert in engineering-related matters?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Ms. Keshemir be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Aisha, let's start with your exhibit number 5, the development map. If you can walk us through how you'd intend to develop this spacing unit.
So Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 2560 development plan for Section 2930 and Section 3132. The gold dashed line is the proposed well, and it's going to be drilled in the Middle Bakken Formation.
Okay. Let's move on then to exhibit number 6, and if I could have you summarize the reservoir data and economics for us.
So Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir economic summary for a single Middle Bakken well in East Nesson area. The expected EUR is around 600 $1,000 with 1.4% recovery factor. Economics were running at $62 WTI flat and 100% working interest. The expected NPV is around $13 million with 100% rate of return.
Okay. And Aisha, in your opinion, would the overlapping spacing unit to allow for the drilling of this lease line well prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, I do.
I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29899. Moving on. Case number 29900. Application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Alger and or Robinson Lake Bakken pools to establish an overlapping laydown 3840 acre space unit described as sections 26, 27, 28, 33, 34, and 35, Township 155 North, Range 93 West, Montreal County, ND, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC, and I have the same 3 witnesses in this case.
All right, Mr. Abrahamson, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And Derek, looking at Exhibit 1, can I have you identify the proposed spacing unit in this case?
Yeah, sure. This location map is Township 155 North, Range 93 West in Montreal County. And in green, you will see the requested laydown 3840, which consists of sections 26, 27, 28, 33, 34, and 35. And in blue is the existing underlying spacing unit.
Okay, and moving on to Exhibit number 2, if you could walk us through the working interest of Hess in the proposed spacing unit and underlying units.
Yeah, Exhibit 2 is the land plat showing the total proposed 3840 spacing unit. In green is the Hess-operated and Upper Boney in sections 21 and 28. Hess owns approximately 50% working interest, Grayson Mill 37%, Petro Hunt 12.5%. In blue is the Hess-operated laydown 1280 Ian El Slanchera. Hess owns approximately 48%, Grayson Mill 33%, Whiting 18%, others 1%. In orange is the laydown 2560 Ian Freeheim A, and Hess operated DSU. Hess owns approximately 84%, Whiting 10%, Northern 3%, Grayson Mill 2%, and others 2%. And in yellow is the Hess operated stand-up 1280 Ian Hermanson. Hess owns approximately 85%, Grayson Mill 1%, Whiting 10%, others 4%. And in the proposed 3840 acre overlapping spacing unit, the total working interest are Hess with 66%, Grayson Mill with 18%, Whiting with 11%, and others with 5%.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The land exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Ms. Akinpelu, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And Motoon, let's start with Exhibit number 3, if you can describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing unit.
Yes, Exhibit 3 is showing the top with the bottom structure map presented with a 50-foot contour interval with the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 3840 DSU in green. The 8 to 8 line represents the cross-section used on the next slide on Exhibit 4.
And let's go ahead and move on to the cross-section Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is a stratigraphic cross-section flattened at the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the area.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Ms. Ketchumir, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Aisha, let's start with exhibit number 5. If I can have you take us through that map and describe how you'd propose to develop the spacing unit?
Sure. Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 3840 development plan for section 26, 27, 28, and section 33, 34, and 35. The gold dashed lines are the proposed wells, and one will be drilled in the Middle Bakken formation, and the second one will be in the Three Forks formation.
Okay. Let's move on to the reservoir data and economics for the Middle Bakken well, exhibit 6.
So Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single Middle Bakken well in East Nesson area. The expected EUR is around 800,000 with 1.7% recovery factor. Economics will run at $62 WTI flat and 100% working interest. Expected NPV is $9 million with 68% rate of return.
And then let's move on to exhibit 7, if you can take us through reservoir data and economics for the Three Forks well.
So Exhibit 7 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single Three Forks well in East Nesson area. The expected EUR is around 700,000 with 1.5% recovery factor. Economics will run at 62 WTI flat and 100% working interest. Expected NPV is around $7 million with 51% rate of return.
And Aisha, if the overlapping spacing units approved to allow for the drilling of these 2 lease line wells, is that going to prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes.
With no further questions, I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Aisha, your Three Forks target here, is it First Bench Three Forks?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, that will conclude the hearing in case number 29900. Well, why don't we, let's see, what time is it? We can take, it's 11:23. Why don't we take a 7-minute break here, return back at 11:30. right, and we are back on the record. The time is 11:30 p.m. Case number 29902, application of Petro Hunt LLC for an order of the commission construing and interpreting its past orders relating to the pooling and allocation of production from the USA 15396 13A 24 1HS and allocating of well, file number 31793, drilled and completed on a spacing unit for the Charleston Bakken Pool, described as sections 13 and 24, Township 153 North, Range 96 West, and sections 18 and 19, Township 153 North, Range 95 West, McKenzie County, ND, Charleston and Keene Fields, including without limitation orders numbers 30323 and 13922, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petro Hunt LLC.
Mr. Nelson, Jonathan Garris of the Garris Law Firm of Fargo, North Dakota. I appear on behalf of 3 different trusts, basically referred to as the Garris Family Trust. They are the result of a title opinion and legal work done in the early 1950s by John O. Garris, and we are appearing on behalf of that royalty interest in this spacing unit area.
Thank you, Mr. Garris.
Jonathan Garris the Garris Law Firm is at 1314 23rd Street South, Fargo, North Dakota, 58103. Telephone number is 293-7211, area code 701.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Mann, it is your application, so I guess we will let you begin.
Yeah, Mr. Examiner, I have 2 witnesses, but just before I call those witnesses, I just have some brief opening comments, kind of explanation of what Petro Hunt is seeking with respect to the application that's at issue. Essentially what we're looking for is an order establishing the appropriate allocation of production from the USA 15396 13A 24 1HS well. And that's a lease line well on an overlapping spacing unit consisting of sections 13 and 24, 15396, and 18 and 19, 15395. And the spacing unit for that well overlaps a base spacing unit consisting of sections 19 and 20 in Township 153 North, Range 95 West. And that spacing unit has been pooled. And Petro Hunt's asking the commission to exercise its continuing jurisdiction to enforce the pooling orders, in particular 13922. And it's asking to do so, and to interpret the pooling order in conjunction with the provisions of 380808 in a manner that will protect the correlative rights of all of the impacted owners involved. So, Mr. Examiner, this case, it's a correlative rights issue and an allocation of production issue. Both those issues are clearly issues that fall squarely within the jurisdiction of the North Dakota Industrial Commission. There's been some suggestion in the filings from the Garris Family Trust that for some reason that the commission doesn't or wouldn't have jurisdiction, over this case. We think that's incorrect. Clearly 380804 gives the commission jurisdiction with respect to allocation of production from a pool. Commission also has, its policy mandate to protect correlative rights, and that's also set forth in, 380807, when spacing units are established, correlative rights must be protected, as well as in 380808, subsection 1, that also requires, and the pooling orders, that correlative rights of all interested owners be protected. So this, in our opinion, it's clearly something that's under the jurisdiction of the commission. And I'd point out that the commission has exercised its authority over these allocation of production issues before. We've got the letter that I'll introduce in, well file 36559, where the commission has, addressed a similar issue to what we have here with respect to allocation of production. They've opined on that and did a very good job of explaining and setting forth how production is to be allocated when you've got these overlapping spacing units that where there's production and there's a pooled based unit involved. So the commission has exercised that authority before. Obviously, the commission's aware of the the Dominic v. Equinor case, an amicus brief was filed in that case by the commission. And again, in that case, the commission, explained, why they're filing it. It's, something that falls under their authority. They have the expertise in that area. Also provided some explanation, in that amicus brief as to how allocation of production, how production is to be allocated in these situations. So, I mean, in Petro Hunt's opinion, it's pretty clear the commission has jurisdiction. I mean, to the extent that the commission feels the need for, any type of briefing or anything on that, the Petro Hunt would be more than happy to provide that through some sort of closing briefing or argument. I don't think it's necessary, but if it's something that the commission would like, we would welcome that. And then kind of some context too with respect to how we got here. The Garris Family Trust had filed a lawsuit in McKenzie County District Court, essentially taking a position that the allocation of production from the USA lease line well that I referenced, that allocation can't be production, or excuse me, the production can't be allocated outside the boundary of the overlapping spacing unit to all of the owners in the base spacing unit that's overlapped. So essentially, they want to cut out the people in section 20. The base spacing unit consists of 19 and 20, and they say that none of the owners in 20 are going to be entitled to any of that production. We think that position's inconsistent with the provisions of the pooling orders when you read those in conjunction with 380808, and it's inconsistent with how the NDIC has interpreted its pooling orders and 380808, and some of the previous guidance that it's provided through letter in the well file that I described, as well as the the amicus brief. It's pretty clear how allocation of production is to be done in these situations. So and what the Garris Family Trust is proposing, it's inconsistent with how it's done. And most importantly, it harms the correlative rights of the owners in section 20. And that's kind of the key point, and it's why really the commission has explained why they interpret the orders as they do in conjunction with the statute. It's to protect the correlative rights of all interested parties, all interested owners. So I have two witnesses that I intend to call, and they're going to address how Petro Hunt allocates production, and then why they allocate production in that manner, and why it's consistent with the NDIC's interpretation. And then finally, that it's absolutely necessary to allocate production in this manner in order to protect the correlative rights of all of the owners involved, in this case in particular, the owners in section 20, who the Garris Family Trust is seeking to cut out of their proportionate share of production from that USA lease line well. So that's, in a nutshell, what we're going to be presenting. I've got two witnesses, Derek Roller, he's the first witness, and then Jason Stengel will be my second witness.
All right. Mr. Roller, please raise your right hand. Make sure your mic is on. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Derek, can I have you state your name for the record?
Derek Roller.
And Derek, who do you work for?
I work for Petro Hunt.
And what's your position with Petro Hunt?
My position with Petro Hunt is an attorney and in-house landman.
Okay. Have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes,
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert in land-related matters?
I have.
Why don't we still briefly walk through your work experience?
Sure. I graduated from law school in 2008, immediately jumped in the oil and gas business with Petro Hunt as a contractor, became employed with them full-time in March of 2010, so it's a little over 13 years as an in-house attorney and landman with them.
Okay. You said you're currently licensed to practice?
Yes, I
in
am.
North Dakota?
Correct.
Are part of your responsibilities as a landman to review and interpret NDIC orders?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also familiar with the provisions of North Dakota Century Code, Chapter 3808?
Yes.
and in particular, sort of the pool, what I'll refer to as the pooling statute 380808.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So as part of your duties, have you specifically reviewed pooling orders?
Yes, and actually I've even trained our our company office people about how to allocate this when it first came up, because I became kind of the in-house expert on this matter.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
do have an understanding?
Yes, absolutely.
How production from wells in pooled overlapping spacing units is to be allocated?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention, you have the packet of exhibits?
Yes.
If you could take a look at what's been marked as exhibit number L1. Are you familiar with the letter that the commission prepared in well file number 36559 to Mr. Martin Thompson?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and that was the letter, I believe it was signed by Mr. Mark Bohr, hearing well and spacing specialist?
Yes. The letter dated February 5th, 2021.
Okay. Have you reviewed that letter?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so and you're familiar with that?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention, I guess most of what I'm looking at is on page 6 of that letter, but Derek, does Mr. Bohr's letter indicate that production for a lease line well on a spacing unit that overlaps a pooled?
Mr. Nelson, we're going to pose an objection to an exhibit not yet received in evidence. It's also irrelevant and hearsay.
I think it's clearly relevant. It directly addresses the issue, that it's at the forefront of this case. It provides guidance on how allocation of production and overlapping spacing units is to be done. And I think the commission can take, it's in the NDIC's well files. I think they can take administrative notice of this letter and make it part of the record.
Perhaps counsel for the oil company can identify the underlying law or legal basis for asserting the existence of any overlapping spacing units. It's not a term that is defined by law, as far as I know. And there is nothing in the law that I am aware of that would provide for a different allocation than that allocation for the landowners within the spacing unit.
But that goes a little beyond the objection here, I would say. So as far as your hearsay and relevance objection, I would say it is relevant and it is a part of the commission's record. So I would overrule that objection.
So again,
But it still would need to be offered into evidence, I guess.
yeah, okay, so I'll offer exhibit L1 at this time.
And we do not believe that there's relevant to the issues right now.
And that objection is overruled, but noted. Thank you. Mr. Mann, you may continue.
Yeah. So Derek, does that letter, does that address, and this really does go to relevance, does that address how allocation of production from a lease line well on a spacing unit that overlaps a base pooled unit, does that address how that is to be done?
Yeah, it does. It lays it out pretty clear.
Okay. And what's up? I'm going to move on to exhibit number L2. Can I have you take a look at that? And that's an illustrative exhibit, correct, that takes text from page 6 of the commission's letter that we just discussed, the text, and then it makes a depiction, like it maps out what is sort of stated in the text. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I'd offer the exhibit L2 at this time.
Same objections, Your Honor.
And again, overruled, but noted. Thank you.
Okay. And Derek, can you just kind of walk us through how allocation of production was done in that case?
Yeah,
In the
sure.
letter?
Absolutely, yeah. So on this case, this one's a little more complicated than ours. This has a few overlapping units over different base units. But the gist of this is that there was some existing 1,280 base units, as you can see, 24, 25, and then 26 and 27. And depending upon which overlap unit you're looking at here of the three, depends on which sections get pooled in. However, this letter would basically go along with the lines of, let's say, the overlap that's 23, 24, 25, and 26. 26 and 27 had a pre-existing pooled developed unit in which, then would have to get allocated proportionately into the new unit.
And Derek, I'll just point you to the highlighted text from the letter. Can I have you take a look at that and read that?
Yeah, so it says, you want me to read it verbatim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the highlight.
Yeah. While the production is allocated to the various tracts, it then may be reallocated based upon pooling agreements that include a particular tract. The quote unquote allocation of production to lands outside the lease line 2560 acre spacing unit is based upon these pooling agreements. Further down it states, all pooled interest owners within the 1280 acre base unit should receive their equitable share of that oil, not just the interest owners in the section included in the lease line spacing unit, but all the interest owners in the horizontal wells in the base 1280 acre spacing unit.
And Derek, can I have you look at the top of the very first paragraph on page 7? And Jason's going to kind of address this in maybe a little bit more detail, but can I have you read that first paragraph?
Yeah, the commission also believes the lease line horizontal well may cause positive or negative impacts to a well or wells in a base 1280 acre spacing unit shared by all interest owners within the base 1280 acre spacing unit. Therefore, the commission believes all pooled owners within the base 1280 acre spacing unit should be compensated, not just the interest owners in sections included in the lease line spacing unit.
So in this case, Derek, did the commission indicate that production was to be allocated outside of the confines of the overlapping spacing unit
Yes,
based on the pooling orders?
yes, based on the pooling order of the two underlying base 1280s.
Derek, does Petrohunt interpret pooling orders in the same manner as set forth in the commission's letter in this well file?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
That has been our standard practice since the beginning of
Sure.
overlaps. Yep.
Let's move on to what's been marked as Exhibit L3. Can I have you identify that exhibit?
Yes, so this here is an exhibit depicting the USA 13A 1HS section line well, in which is the issue today, along with the pre-existing base laydown 1,280 acre section 19 and 20, in which Mr. Garris has their interest in.
Mr. Examiner, I'd offer Exhibit L3 at this time.
We have no objection if it's identified as their basis for their allocation. Doesn't mean that it's relevant to the legal discussion that's there.
But no objection was, sorry.
It's with that objection.
Oh, with you. And overruled but noted. Thank you.
So you kind of touched on what's contained in the exhibit. Can you walk us through
Sure.
kind of how you would allocate production from that USA well in this case?
Yes, okay, so let's start with the base unit, in which was developed in 2008 or 9. Those wells were drilled first. The commission pooled those as a 1,280 acre unit, where production from the Bakken pool is to be allocated and created into one basic tract, a pooled tract. Subsequent to that, Petrohunt decided to drill a section line well and have it spaced by, and they have the order numbers right here, in 2014. So it was sometime down the road. So there was existing production here already, in which also is a requirement by you guys is, in order to have a section line well, there needs to be existing production on either side of that section line. And so upon doing that, because of the pooling order of the 1,280 acre unit as order number 13922, that allocated production between 19 and 20 for production in the Bakken pool. Well, just as the letter indicates, and as how Petrohunt reads and understands the pooling orders, is that what we had done is we had taken the proportionate share of these interest owners here, reallocated them to just the 640, and then reallocated it to the overlapping spacing unit. So basically reducing, the interest to their percentage of the tract that's in the unit, not the whole tract. So basically 50% of the pooled tract is in the unit, so everyone gets allocated 50% of their interest into the new unit.
Sure. And Derek, in your opinion, is that method of allocation then that that you applied, is that consistent with the language of the relevant pooling orders?
Yeah, it's right on.
And in your opinion, is that also consistent with the language of 3808.081 when read with the pooling orders?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Dominic v. Equinor case?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the fact that the commission had filed an amicus brief in that case that was before the North Dakota Supreme Court?
Yes,
And have you reviewed that amicus brief?
I have.
I don't want to really belabor anything in here, but I just want to kind of ask you a couple questions related to what the commission has in their brief. And if I can have you go to paragraph 10. And can I maybe just have you read that?
Yeah. Okay. Allocation of production from its horizontal well in a lease line spacing unit is allocated to the various.
Objection, Your Honor. Exhibit not yet received in evidence. Relevance and
I
hearsay.
guess I can address relevance again. I think this is touching the very issue that's at play in this application, allocation of production from overlapping spacing units to, base pooled spacing units. Again, it's something that I think the commission can take administrative notice of its own, filings in this Supreme Court case, and that, I think, covers it.
I would agree that it is relevant as it addresses at least the fact, and that the commission can take administrative notice of its briefs. So again, overruled, but objection is noted.
Okay, I'll start
Yes,
over.
go
Yep,
ahead.
no, it's okay. Allocation of production from a horizontal well in a lease line spacing unit is allocated to the various interest owners in tracts within the lease line spacing unit based upon an acreage basis in the spacing unit. While production is allocated to the various tracts within the lease line spacing unit, it may then be reallocated to tracts outside the lease line spacing unit based upon pooling agreements that include a particular tract within the lease line spacing unit.
And again, I just want to be clear, is this consistent with how Petro Hunt treats allocation of production?
Yes, on an acreage basis, yes.
And specifically, I guess, is that how it was done with respect to the USA lease line well and the 19 and 20 base pooled spacing?
Correct. And the same as how the same situation in the letter.
And then moving on to paragraph 21. Can I have you just read that paragraph?
Reading Order 27791 and Order Number 18082 in conjunction with North Dakota Century Code 380808, it is apparent that a proportional amount of production from the lease line well must be allocated to Section 13 as if it were produced in Section 13, and therefore must be proportionally allocated to Section 24.
So consistent with that, Derek, is it your opinion that reading, in this case, pooling order 13922 and pooling order 3323 in conjunction with the statute, that the proportional amount of production from the lease line well, in this case, must be allocated to Section 20 as if it were produced in Section 19?
Correct.
Okay. And then moving on, finally, one last paragraph I'll have you take a look at in the amicus brief, paragraph 27. Can I have you read that one?
The Commission granted the overlapping spacing unit after finding it would prevent waste and protect correlative rights, including the rights of owners in Section 24. If production from the lease line well is not allocated to Section 24, Section 24's correlative rights would be harmed. Section 13 would receive all benefit of the lease line well, while Section 24 suffers all of the harm it could cause to production of adjacent wells in the underlying spacing unit.
Okay. And again, Derek, Jason can elaborate a little bit more on this, but do we have essentially the same scenario here where 20 would be harmed, correlative rights would be harmed?
Yes, absolutely.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Roller at this time.
Mr. Roller, my name is Jonathan Garris. I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Roller, are you acting in a legal capacity when you're representing this company, oil company?
Be more specific in what instance?
Are you-
Today or in general for my?
In
Yeah,
general.
no, today I'm here as a witness for the company as an expert.
Okay?
Yes.
In the capacity as a lawyer then?
Yes.
Okay.
And as a landman, both. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Can you tell me where in the North Dakota Century Code or in the North Dakota Administrative Code that there exists a definition for overlapping spacing unit?
I'm unaware of one. However,
Are you
reading,
aware of any definition in the North Dakota Administrative Code or in the North Dakota Century Code for base unit?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure. I don't know if there is.
Is there any legal definition anywhere for base spacing unit?
The word base, I believe, is a term that's just generally used to describe.
And the term overlapping would also be just
A general word to
adjective.
describe as far as I.
It has no legal significance.
Not that I'm aware of.
So why have you ignored the definition of spacing unit that's found in the North Dakota Administrative Code?
We haven't ignored the definition of
Are
spacing
you
unit.
aware that the term spacing unit set forth in North Dakota Administrative Code Section 4302030149 specifically provides? Spacing unit is the area in each pool which is assigned to a well for drilling, producing, and proration purposes in accordance with the Commission's rules or orders.
Yes.
Does your oil company honor that definition of spacing unit?
Yes, we follow the commission's orders.
And in the process of following that commission's order, do you also follow the North Dakota state law?
The commission has the appropriate authority by law in order to do those orders, so yes, I guess technically we do. Also, we follow the rules of the Century Code, yes.
All right, so the identification of the spacing unit would in fact be a significant event for which the commission is identifying two objectives, preventing waste and also protecting the correlative rights of the interested landowners, is it not?
The goal of the commission is to protect correlative rights and to prevent waste,
And
yes.
isn't that what the identification of a spacing unit is intended to do, is to prevent waste and protect correlative rights?
I don't think I have a disagreement with that.
You happened to be present during a course of about 4 or 5 proceedings where Mr. Mann, at the conclusion of his last witness, asked each of those witnesses when they were identifying a lease spacing unit or well, or a section line well in each of those units, was the purpose of establishing this section line well or this lease line well to prevent waste and protect correlative rights?
It would be more to prevent waste at first because we want to produce the interest between which is not available, but the pooling is what, is done in order to protect those correlative rights by bringing in owners who have an interest.
So when the commission is establishing each of these 4-section or 6-section spacing units for the drilling of one horizontal well or perhaps 2 horizontal wells on the lease line or on the section line, they are preventing waste and protecting correlative rights, correct?
I would say so, sure.
And that's one of their objectives, and the North Dakota Industrial Code, or Industrial Commission, when they established the original spacing units, they were doing the same thing, did they not?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, when they established those spacing units, in each of the cases, are you aware that there are field rules that also prohibit any drilling within the setback areas in either the toe or the heel or along the sides of each of these lay-down or stand-up 1280 acre spacing units?
Yes.
And isn't the purpose of those setbacks in each of those spacing units that were created to protect that 300 to 500 feet that are not going to be drained by, in order to protect the correlative rights?
I'm going to defer that question to to engineering because I don't really know the technical aspects of that. Okay.
But you're aware that for the setback area, the intention is to avoid any drainage from that area in order to
Sure.
protect
Yeah.
people.
And the purpose of the overlap is to be able to fully develop that.
Well, I believe that the
Yeah.
purpose of the well that's being drilled is to produce the oil or gas from that area that
Yep.
would otherwise be not producing
Yep.
as a result of the setback
Yep.
being honored by the oil company.
And while doing that, they protect correlative rights by their pooling orders.
All right.
Yeah.
And are you aware that under section North Dakota Century Code, section 380808 specifically provides that when they are establishing the spacing unit, it provides when 2 or more separately owned tracts are embraced within a spacing unit, or when there are separately owned interests in all or a part of the spacing unit, then the owners and royalty owners thereof may pool their interests for the development and operation of the spacing unit.
Yes.
And it goes on. In the absence of a voluntary pooling, the commission, upon the application of any interested person, shall enter an order pooling all interest in the spacing unit for the development and operations thereof.
Correct.
And isn't that the forced pooling that we're talking about in the 1,280 acre spacing that was set up for the Bakken in sections 19 and
There-
20?
There's exceptions to that.
Well, I'm not talking about
Yes,
exceptions.
but
The
you are.
original-
You're-
The original.
It is. It's a 1,280, or it's a 4-section spacing unit.
No, the original one is a 1,280 in
I thought we were talking about the
sections
overlap here,
19 and
sorry.
20.
Okay. So 19 and
that-
20 was a base spacing unit.
Well, it's a spacing unit.
Okay.
There is no such thing.
It was
as
the
that
first spacing unit of this issue. Okay.
It was one of the first, because there's other smaller
Sure.
units that were also in that same area. But of the 1,280 acre spacing unit for 19 and 20, there were setbacks that were imposed upon all of the drilling operations in that 1,280 acre spacing.
I'm
correct?
sure there were, yes.
And within that 1,280 acre spacing, they couldn't develop the toe or the heel or the sides. correct?
That I don't know.
Well, didn't you look at, when you're establishing the purpose? of
Yes,
doing
but that's
the
more of a
overlapping?
engineer geology question on what's getting pulled from where when you get into that stuff.
And because they couldn't develop the west side of section 19, because it was subject to a setback, they had to come up with a section line well to develop the production, to avoid waste, and to protect all the relative rights. And when they did that, they established a spacing unit of 4 square miles, correct?
Yeah, that's the math, yep.
And section 20 wasn't in those 4 square miles, was it?
Not as a typical picture on the map, no.
And are you aware that when this North Dakota Industrial Commission issued its order number 3323, paragraph 8 of that order specifically provides, North Dakota Century Code section 380808 requires the commission to enter a pooling order upon application when 2 or more separately owned tracts are embraced within a spacing unit, or there are separately owned interest in all or a part of the spacing unit in the absence of a voluntary pooling. You realize?
Yep,
Realize it did that? Is section 20 in the spacing unit that was created by order number 3323?
Repeat that?
Is section 20 within the 4 square mile?
No, it's not. Clearly, it's, yeah.
Are you aware that that order 3323, paragraph 8 on page 2 specifically provides, this order is limited to pooling the spacing unit described above for the development and operation of such spacing unit by the horizontal wells authorized for such spacing unit by order of the commission.
Yes, that's to prevent a daisy chain effect. So you have your base
Are
spacing
you
unit.
also aware that this, it goes on to say, this order does not modify, amend, or alter previously pooling orders for other spacing units or require the reallocation of production allocated to separately owned tracts within any spacing unit by any existing pooling orders or any pooling agreements.
Yes, it doesn't amend the 19 and 20 unit.
Okay, so the 19 and 20?
Is a
continues
pulled
to
track,
be-
one pulled track in which gets pulled into the 2560 as an allocation of production.
And the North Dakota Industrial Commission determined that that 4 square mile spacing unit for the section line, only the land within that spacing unit was to be paid.
That's not what they say.
Where in order number
Allocation of
323
production has nothing to do with payments.
Sir, where in order number 3323 does it incorporate by reference or refer to in any way order number 13922 that provides for the spacing unit of 19 and 20?
I don't think it's necessarily.
Well, where does it do it?
I don't
Where
know.
does it
I
even
don't have a copy of
mention
that order. You have a copy of that order for me?
it? I do.
Can I read that? Yeah.
Well, the-
Thank you.
the
Thank
later
you.
one.
Okay. Where are you looking at here?
I'm looking at the entire order. Where in that order does it say that the pre-existing order 13922, identifying sections 19 and 20, is altered, modified, or changed in any fashion?
It doesn't, but it's not modified. It's not modified at all. It's still one continuous pool track. We're allocating half of that pool track into the new unit, not, it's one now, it's one
your
one
oil-
tract, so it comes into the unit, so you're incorrect.
Your oil company is allocating it to Section 20, but where
By,
in the
by
order?
pooling, by the compilation and reading the pooling orders together, just as the amicus brief stated on reading those together, we read the pooling orders together as one, the base pooling order is the 19 and 20, which had established production, and therefore had been by the commission pooled into one continuous track for production in the Bakken pool. Therefore, it is now, and all the owners in 19 and 20 have their proportionate percentage share of all production in 19 into the Bakken and Three Forks. The overlapping, the 25, 60 acre spacing unit, which we call an overlap, over the top, is spaced that. However, because of the pooling order prior, that single tract is now allocated into there, but only 50% of that tract, so 19 is in there, but all the owners are still there. Now,
Mr. Roller,
the
I'm gonna
outside,
ask
the
again.
25, 60 acre
Mr. Roller, I'm going
spacing,
to ask you to answer the question.
I did answer the
Where
question.
in order number
I said it's not in there, but
30
if they're read in conjunction.
Well, where in order 3323 for the
Objection.
4 square mile does it identify in any way, shape, or form any change to the existing order 13922?
It doesn't, and that's why 19 and 20 is applicable and pooled. That's exactly why.
Where in the
It doesn't,
order?
it doesn't amend it. If it had amended it, it would have said, hey, we're no longer gonna recognize 19 and 20 as a spacing unit. It does recognize it.
So where in the existing order 3323?
Objection, Mr. Examiner,
does
he's
it-
already answered that question multiple times.
Seems asking that he's.
I've asked it, he hasn't answered it, Chair.
Yes, I have. I answered it.
I believe he said it's not in there. And then
Yeah.
qualified.
Where is there an implied order coming from the North Dakota Industrial Commission that requires your oil company to start giving property owned by the people who live in, who own property in Section 19 to Section 20?
And, okay, hang on, I'll object, Mr. Examiner, we're kind of getting beyond the scope of, like, factual questions for this fact witness. It essentially is asking for a legal conclusion. You know, it's interpreting 380808 as well as the pooling orders. He's really asking for a legal interpretation, a legal conclusion. I mean, again, we can brief that, but I mean, there's not really any factual type questions being asked anymore.
So I suppose.
It's more like an legal argument back and forth, which really isn't appropriate for, you know, this witness.
If I may address, Your Honor. Mr. Nelson, Mr. Mann's original application was asking for you to write an advisory opinion that tells everybody in the entire world what your legal position is. So one of the facts that I have to establish is, has the commission, Industrial Commission, issued such an order? Because they're relying upon your order to tell them that the state of North Dakota is compelling them to give Section 20 my property. And that's a taking of my property. And they have to, he's qualified as an expert on the law, so he's got to establish where in that court order or in the Industrial Commission's order is he compelled by law to take my property and give it to somebody else.
So I will allow the line of questioning to continue to an extent, but keep in mind that we are getting into a legal analysis and maybe keeping it from being it's getting a bit argumentative as well. So as far as where that is located, that information, that's fine, but I'm not going too far into that legal analysis. Might have to cut it off.
And again, to the extent we want to, you know, make these legal arguments, I think briefing might be an appropriate way to do it.
Mr. Garris, would you have any opposition to having some closing briefs after this as well?
We do not oppose that.
And that may be the path that we end up going here, so keep that in mind.
Drawing your attention to the existing order for 19 and 20, which is order number 13922. Were you aware that that order created a spacing unit, recognizing that there are separately owned interests in the spacing unit?
Yes.
So, I'll just object, just minor objection. That didn't create the spacing unit, that actually pooled the spacing unit.
Well, I believe that what it actually does is that's part of the component part for the Industrial Commission to do. They had to make that finding that these were separately owned tracts within the spacing unit that they created.
Right, but he indicated that that order spaced these lands. It didn't.
Well-
A previous order spaced them. This pooled
The
the
spaced
spacing
lands.
unit.
This spacing order did,
It's not a spacing order, it's a pooling order.
okay, pooling order, that identifies the spacing order, that there's another order that identifies the 1,280 acre spacing as field rules.
Well, I guess, minor point, but I think this order pools all of the interests in that previously created 1,280 acre spacing unit that was created by a different order.
Okay. Mr. Roller, you recognize that in order number 13922, order number 3, that the operator of the well for said spacing unit shall conduct operations in a manner so as to protect relative rights of all interested parties?
Yes,
And did the oil company do that?
we believe so.
And is section 19 and 20 combined for that purpose?
I don't know. I'm not the operator of that. We're not the operator. That's a different operator, so I'm not sure what their purpose was for drilling those wells other than producing their own leases, so I'm not
Were you
sure.
aware that part of that order that is in order number 13922, number 4, it says, all owners of interest shall recover or receive without unnecessary expense their just and equitable share of production from said spacing unit in the proportion as their interest may appear in the spacing unit? Is there significance to the words "in the spacing unit"?
Sure. That there is the 19 and 20, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So that would be appropriate right there, because that's the main spacing unit, the base spacing unit.
And that's compelled by law under 380808, correct? In the spacing unit.
That was by order of the commission who has the
This is the
authority
North
under.
Dakota
yeah.
law. It says in the spacing unit. They have to create in the spacing unit and proportionate reduction under North Dakota Administrative Code in the spacing.
Yeah, everybody within, whoever has an interest in the spacing unit shall be proportionally given their, or shall be given their proportionate share of production, correct?
And then to repeat my question posed earlier, section 20 is not in the 4 square mile spacing unit, is it?
No, it's not. The section itself isn't, but the owners are by a pooling.
I have no further questions, Mr. Roller.
Thank you.
Redirect?
I don't think I have anything for Mr. Roller at this time.
Questions from commission staff?
Derek, you had indicated that the amicus brief states that the allocation has to be on an acreage basis, right?
Yeah.
On your exhibit L2, or excuse me, L3, when you identify 19 and 20, you show that 25% of the total spacing unit revenue would go to 19 and 20 of the 2560, but then you break it down that 12.5% goes to 19 and 12.5 to 20. Did you just show that
Illustrative
assuming
purposes.
that it's 640 apiece? I mean, if it's on an acreage
Yeah,
basis,
yeah,
it would
that's
be-
just to indicate that only 640 acres of that base unit is in the new unit. Because you have to, 'cause when you get into these overlaps, and sometimes you run into lots, right? And so with the lots, you don't have you don't have squares. So you just want to make sure that, we want to illustrate that. In this situation, they were square 640, so it was an easy math calculation. So it was just more of an illustrative, I believe, right? I mean, yeah.
It looked like it was wider in 19 than 20, so I was just wondering if maybe that was, being it's on the correction on the township line, that it may be wider. So I was just wondering if the allocation would have been based on acreage, but this isn't your spacing unit anyway, right?
No, it's
So
not.
you would have just sent 25% to the owners of that space.
Well, we would take, we would allocate the 25% of the unit to that pooled unit of 19 and 20, the owners of that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Mr. Nelson, perhaps this is out of line, but I forgot 2 questions I need to pose to Mr. Roller.
Briefly, but yeah.
Mr. Roller, drawing your attention to Exhibit L1, which I believe is the letter dated February 5, 2021, and also the Supreme Court brief. Is the North Dakota Administrative Code provision identifying the definition for spacing unit addressed in either the letter or the brief at all?
You could tell me that, I don't, if I have to read it through here.
It isn't there.
Okay, well then I'll believe you. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I don't know if it exists, but it might be in the rules or the definitions under the statutes. I don't know.
Mr. Mann, did that, any redirect on that, or?
Nope.
All right. Then I believe we can move on to your next witness.
Jason Stengel.
Mr. Stengel, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Jason, can I have you state your name for the record?
Jason Stengel,
And Jason, who do you work for?
Petra Hunt LLC.
And what's your business address?
It's 2101 Cedar Springs Road, Suite 600, Dallas, Texas 75201.
And Jason, what is your position at Petra Hunt?
I'm a reservoir engineer.
Have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And were your qualifications received as that of an expert in engineering-related matters?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and briefly describe your work experience for us?
I graduated with an engineering degree in 2011. I started working at Petra Hunt in 2012. I've been a reservoir engineer for Petra Hunt for the past 11 years, specifically working in the Williston Basin and the Bakken Formation. I've done a little bit of everything in the reservoir engineering capacity for Petra Hunt over that time, doing reserves, well planning, volume projections, and whatnot.
Okay. So as part of your responsibilities and duties, are you responsible for planning the drilling of oil and gas wells?
Yes.
Okay. And does that responsibility include applying for spacing units for the wells?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term correlative rights?
Yes, I am.
And is it your understanding that in order to be approved by the commission, that a spacing unit must protect the correlative rights of all of the impacted owners?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also aware that pooling orders require the operator of a well on a spacing unit to conduct operations in a manner so as to protect the correlative rights of all interested parties?
Yes.
Okay. And does correlative rights mean in part that an owner in a common source of supply has the right to a just and equitable share of that supply?
Yes.
And is that right limited by the owner's duty to all other owners of interests in that supply, not to damage or take an undue proportion of the oil and gas from that supply?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have you take a look at what's been marked as Exhibit E1? And have you identify that exhibit?
Yes, I can identify the exhibit. The exhibit is simply a map of the wells that we are looking at. Specifically the lease line well, the USA 1539613A 24-1HS, or the USA lease line well, is right in the middle of the map, surrounded by sections 13, 24, 18, and 19. The wells we're discussing specifically in 19 and 20 are, you could see the Wilson Federal, the Wilson Lorraine, and whatnot. Those are the laydown wells in sections 19 and 20.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, just let me back up then. So you've identified the lease line well. I'll just call it the USA lease line well, just for easy purposes here. What's the spacing unit for that well?
It is a 25-60 acre spacing unit.
And does that consist of, is it 13 and 24?
13, 24, 18, and 19.
Okay. And does that spacing unit overlap the previously spaced and pooled laydown consisting of sections 19 and 20?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And was that space, the 19 and 20 spacing unit, was that established and then pooled prior to creation of the overlapping spacing unit for the USA lease line?
Yes, the wells in 19 and 20 were drilled and completed before the lease line well.
Okay. I guess, Mr. Examiner, I'd offer E1 at this time.
Same objection, John.
And yeah, I would say they are relevant, so overruled on those same grounds, but noted.
Jason, have you evaluated what the impact is of drilling of this USA lease line well on the wells in that laydown 1,280 acre spacing unit consisting of 19 and 20?
Yes, I have. And I kind of want to talk about the thought process of my evaluation. I'm looking for interference between the wells, specifically interference between the USA lease line well and the laydown wells in 19 and 20. Any sort of interference, both positive and or negative, indicates the wells are hydraulically connected to each other. And if the wells are hydraulically connected to each other, they're producing from a common source of supply. Or in other words, they are depleting the same reservoir. If they are indeed depleting the same reservoir, oil can be produced out of either, the lease line well or the laydown parent wells. Thus, if oil can be produced out of that lease line well instead of that would have otherwise come out of the parent wells, since they are depleting the same reservoir, in order to protect the correlative rights of the owners in the laydown wells, they need to have their commensurate share within the lease line well. If you were to voluntarily cut out Section 20, the owners in those parent wells will be harmed because the lease line well could produce barrels that they otherwise would have made. And that is the thought process behind what I was looking for. I'm looking for interference between the two wells, and that leads me to my second exhibit.
Let's go on and let me have you take a look at what we've got marked as Exhibit E2. And maybe you can just identify that and explain what you're showing there.
E2 is a production rate comparison of the previous 90 producing days of the laydown wells in 19 and 20 compared to the post 90 producing days of the laydown wells in 1920. And it's previous and post the frac job on our USA lease line well. I have it listed by well, and then the previous daily production over the previous producing 90 days, and the post daily production of the post 90 producing days, and then of course the change. For totality's sake, the 7 wells prior to the frac job on our lease line well was producing 382 barrels a day. After the frac job, which the frac job was so large, it actually re-stimulated the laydown wells. The production increased to 475 barrels a day for an average increase of 24%. To me, this is a clear sign of interference between the two wells. Wells are a naturally declining asset, I guess. So to have a rapid increase in production post-frac job, to me shows there's interference between the two wells, thus meaning they're draining a common source of supply, i.e. depleting the same reservoir. And the correlative rights of the owners of those laydown wells need to be protected.
Mr. Examiner, I'd offer Exhibit E2.
We're going to pose the same objection, Your Honor. We also pose the objection of failure to honor North Dakota Administrative Rule, Section 430203.88.1, subsection 1, which requires any time they're going to seek to change the existing pooling orders or spacing unit orders, that there must be an application that requires attachments and all of that information be submitted first. This information is not relevant to the issues that are presented.
Mr. Examiner, we're not asking to change any orders. We're not actually asking to change either of the spacing orders, the existing 1920 spacing order or the overlapping spacing order. We're not asking to change either of the pooling orders, the pooling order for the 19 and 20 spacing unit or the overlapping spacing unit. So we're not changing anything. We're just asking for confirmation that the commission interpret this as they always have with respect to how production gets allocated in accordance with the existing orders, not any sort of new or changed or amended orders.
Mr. Nelson, then I guess we're at the same position, because we're also not asking for any change to the existing orders, because they in fact protect our rights. Because under the North Dakota Administrative Code, you can only pay out to people within the spacing unit, not outside by law.
So,
And again, I think that's a legal argument, and I think it's absolutely incorrect, but that can be addressed, I guess, through briefing or whatever.
so as to the objection, again, overruled on the same grounds, and I think we will be doing those closing briefs probably, so, but we can talk about that more toward the end. So I guess, Mr. Mann, that concluded your questions, correct? Was that?
No, not
Oh,
yet.
sorry.
I
Sorry.
just, so I was asking for admission of the E2.
Oh, so, that's admitted.
So I just want to kind of circle back, Jason, on that. So is it correct that you'd indicated that the USA lease line well, that's producing from the same common source of supply as the 7 laydowns in the 1920, or the 19 and 20 spacing unit?
Yes.
Okay. So the lease line well is producing reserves that would otherwise be produced from these 7 wells in section 19 and 20?
Yes.
Okay. So, and that's fine. In your opinion, are the correlative rights of the owners in section 20 protected if they get to share in the production from that USA lease line well?
Yes, if they share in the lease line well, the owners in section 20, they'll be protected because the lease line well can produce barrels out of wells that the owners of section 20 have an interest in.
Sure. So if you cut out the owners in section 20, the USA well, that's potentially producing reserves that would otherwise be going to the owners in section 20, correct?
Yes.
So the correlative rights of those owners in section 20 are being harmed if you cut them out, correct?
They are being harmed, yes.
Okay. Let's see, that is all the questions I have at this time for Mr. Stengel.
Mr. Stengel, does the USA well, the section line well, immediately between these 4 square miles drain section 20?
It does not drain section 20, but it drains it drains the same reservoir of wells that owners in section 20 own.
Where does section 20 owners own any land within section 19?
They don't own land within section 19, but
So
they
the-
own wells that cross into lands in section 19.
And for the wells that are authorized in the 1,280 acre spacing, they're getting their proportionate share of the wells production within that spacing unit, are they not?
Could you state that one more time, please?
As to the 6 or 7 wells in sections 19 and 20 in the 1,280 acre spacing unit, are all of the owners in section 20 getting their proportionate share of all well production for the authorized wells for the 1,280 acre spacing unit?
Yes.
And for the USA section line well that's immediately between the 4 square miles, which does not drain section 20, and was the Petro Hunt responsible for coming to the North Dakota Industrial Commission and asking for that 4 square mile spacing unit to be established?
I don't know. Did we? Oh, sorry. I'm deferring to,
If you don't know, you don't know.
Okay, I don't
That's
know,
his
yeah.
answer.
So are you saying that the North Dakota Industrial Commission committed an error in creating a spacing unit that does not provide for payment to section 20 land that is not being drained?
oh, man. Could you repeat that one more time?
Are you saying that the North Dakota Industrial Commission, when they established the 4 square mile spacing unit, the 2,560 spacing unit that provides for 1 horizontal well, I think it's actually 2 horizontal wells, one in the well in the Three Forks and one in the Bakken Formation, did they commit an error creating a 4 square mile spacing unit because it did not include section 20? And you're saying that section 20 is legally entitled to production out of section 19?
Do
Do you understand the question?
I don't think that's your expertise.
I don't know. From an engineering perspective, the owners in section 20 own wells that are being harmed or producing from a common reservoir as the lease line well.
And that question posed to you by Mr. Mann suggested that this USA well on the section line was actually draining land that could have been drained by the 7 existing wells in section 19 and 20? Did you testify that way?
They are hydraulically connected. They are producing from the same reservoir.
But are they draining the land that is in the heel or the toe of section 19 and 20?
They're draining, the west side of 19.
West side of 19?
Yeah.
But are they draining the east side? Are they draining the area west of the end of the well bores for the wells that are in 19 and 20?
So are the toes of 19 and 20 draining the same reservoir as the lease line well? Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you as to each of the well bores in 19 and 20 that end east of the section line,
Yeah.
are they draining the setback area on the west of the well bores
That's why the setback exists.
so that the USA well
The
can drain
setback,
it?
how I understand it, is a balance between, hey, the wells drain a little further than they end, and it's an effort to protect the correlative rights of 24. Because if you drill the well right up to the line, you could potentially be draining barrels from 24, which is why the setback exists.
Okay, and in the process, that leaves an area on either side of the section line that can't be drained by any of the existing wells because of the existence of setbacks created by the North Dakota Industrial Commission, correct?
Well, it's designed because the wells in theory should capture everything up to the lease line well, which is why the setback is set where it is, and it's a balance between what we know and what we don't know.
Let's start from scratch.
Yeah.
This well that is identified right here for my finger,
Yeah,
it's going to capture drainage all along the well bore, correct?
yes.
And it might even go out past the edge of that to a certain number of feet, correct?
Yeah.
But then there's an additional space of land that can't be developed because of the setback requirements that will go all the way up to the section line, correct?
Yes.
And on the other side of the section line, there's a similar setback area that can't be developed.
Correct, yes.
And so when we drill a well down the section line, we're trying to capture all of the production under that void area that wasn't previously drained by any existing wells, correct?
There was barrels left behind, and we are trying to target that, yes.
We're trying to get it. And section 20 can't be drained by this well, can it? Section 20 landowners are not being drained by this well, are they?
The barrels that are, the reservoirs being produced is not in section 20, but,
And section 20 landowners cannot be drained by the existence of this well.
well,
Correct.
hold on a second. The section 20 landowners own wells that are being drained by the lease line well.
Well, they may, but they are only producing within section 20 and 19 by wells authorized by that spacing unit, aren't they?
So section 20 is pulled in with 19, and they all own those wells.
For that spacing unit.
Yeah.
And they get their
And then
proportionate share
the
because they
lease line
own
well
land
is
within that spacing unit.
hydraulically connected to those 19 and 20 wells. So if you were to cut section 20 out of the lease line well, they're going to make less barrels out of their own wells.
Well, out of their own wells, they don't own a USA well.
No,
Well, we're talking
they
about.
own the lease line. They own the laydown wells, and that lease line well will produce barrels that could have been produced out of those laydown.
They
wells.
only own the oil under their land.
But they're
they may get-
pooled for this purpose of the creation of this well bore, and they own a proportionate share of those well bores.
For all of the well bores authorized by the commission within the spacing unit.
Yes.
Right? Now, drawing your attention to the USA well drilled up here, coming down this way. That's not in the spacing unit, is it?
No, that USA well is in the 1,280 acre unit.
No, it isn't. It's in
The
a
7H?
It's in a 5 or 4 square mile unit.
Sorry, are you talking about the
He meant
1HS or the
this one. He
7H?
pointed the wrong one. I think he meant the one we're talking about.
Oh, sorry, okay. I was
We're
confused. there for
talking
a second.
about the one that's authorized. Only one of 2 wells that are authorized in the 4 square mile area, the 2560 spacing unit, which does not drain section 20. Correct?
It is not draining barrels from section 20.
Does Petro Hunt have any responsibility for the drainage of any land along this portion of the section lines?
Not at the moment.
Are you aware of any plans for development of the section line or lease line on the east side of section 20
I am aware there are some plans.
by Petro Hunt?
Yes.
What guarantee is there going to be that the Garrises who own property in section 19 are going to be benefited by any spacing unit that is created by Petro Hunt or anybody else as to the void, non-productive area created by the setbacks for the 1,280 acre spacing on the east side?
We're just gonna follow the NDIC rules and allocate it appropriately.
And pay that? Where in any of the existing orders does it provide for land in section 19 to be paid 1/2 of what they're entitled to by existing NDIC orders?
Mr.
don't
Examiner, I'm going to make the same objection I did previously with respect to, he's asking for a legal conclusion from the engineering witness.
But he's relying upon orders of the North Dakota Industrial Commission to back himself up as his position. And I'm asking to identify what that order is.
And I do understand for the attorney that was testifying before, but he's testifying to engineering and the reservoir itself. So I guess if we could rephrase to sticking to his expertise rather than going to some of those legal determinations. I guess I'll just ask that you rephrase for now and.
Are the correlative rights of the property owners in section 19 being protected when they allow the development of the area beyond in the setback area, the heel or the toe?
Are they being protected if they drill a section line well?
Yes.
Yes, the way we are currently doing it, yes, I think we are protecting those
So
correlative
when
rights.
the USA well was drilled, the one we're talking about, it protected the correlative rights of section 19, and it doesn't drain section 20. It's your testimony.
From a technical standpoint, the lease line well is hydraulically connected and depleting the same reservoir as the wells in 19 and 20. And so from my perspective, everybody in 19 and 20 is the same because they own the same share of all those wells. And if you cut out section 20 from the lease line well, that lease line well can produce barrels that would have come out because they're hydraulically connected, depleting the same reservoir, that would have come out of the wells that they own.
So if we call the Bakken pool 1/3 of the state of North Dakota, everybody's entitled to their proportionate share within their own spacing unit, are they not?
Yes, and what you're implying, if you cut out section 20, is they're not making barrels that they would have made out of their spacing unit.
No, what I'm implying is that if you start paying to somebody who's not in that spacing unit, you are taking their property. And you are not protecting their correlative rights because they didn't have any. They aren't in the spacing unit. Their correlative rights have already been protected by the North Dakota Industrial Commission.
I think, again, this is legal argument again, and it's already been addressed.
I do, yeah, we're kind of circling to the same areas, Mr. Garris. I guess if we want to make legal arguments, I think we're going to be briefing at the end, but
Okay.
I think we're kind of getting a little bit afield.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garris. Mr. Mann, did you have redirect?
Just briefly, like, Jason, so with respect to sort of the position the Garris Family Trust has explained. You know, I believe their ownership interest is in lots 1 and 2 and 19, which I think would essentially be like the west half, northwest quarter. So like this area. Are these 2 Norby wells in the southern end of the spacing unit? Are these wells draining reserves underneath the Garris's property?
No, they are not.
But the Garris, they're still entitled to their proportionate share of production from these wells, even though these 2 wells aren't draining, you know, oil from underneath their land, correct?
Yes.
And so just looking at drainage from a single wellbore, that's not like sort of the singular dispositive issue when you're addressing correlative rights, is it?
Could you say that one more time, please?
Right. So, I mean, the fact that a wellbore isn't draining a certain land doesn't mean that that land isn't entitled, if it's in a pooled spacing unit, doesn't mean that they're not entitled to their share of production from that well, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Right. So, and it's sort of tied to the concept that, you know, they're all producing from the same common source of supply. All the interests are pooled together by virtue of the spacing unit. So all of those owners, regardless of where they're at, they're entitled to their proportionate share of production, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from commission staff?
Jason, there was some talk here about setbacks. And a setback is not designed to prevent drainage in that area, is it?
It's, the way I understand it is it's trying to prevent drainage in the offsetting unit. So like the setback was set for the toes in section 19, so the toes don't drain from 24.
So in a theoretical situation, if you have 2 operators on opposite sides of section line, they both can drill the well to compete for that oil, is that correct?
Yes.
And a setback is really just to give people time to have that competition, isn't that correct?
It, sure, yeah.
In other words, a setback prevents immediate drainage of lands outside the spacing unit.
Yes, prevent immediate drainage outside the spacing unit, yeah.
And so a lease line, if I understood your testimony correctly, a lease line well really just accelerates the production of those reserves that are in that lease line, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, on your exhibit E2, you're indicating that there's interference between the laydown wells in 19 and 20 and also your lease line well that was drilled. And those wells in the laydown 1280 actually got an uplift. So there was an increase in production. But from what you're saying, since that's showing that there's interference between the wells, later in life, they could start, the lease line well could start taking reserves from those laydown 1280s. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that you couldn't have any sort of positive, in this case it was a positive stimulation, but you couldn't have any sort of interference like this if they were not hydraulically connected to each other.
But just because you're showing that there was an uplift in those wells doesn't mean there's going to be an uplift throughout the life of those laydown wells. They're going to be competing for the same oil that's the lease line well is actually draining, correct?
Yeah, well, yes, and part of the reason the lease line well exists was to both accelerate reserves and tap into reserves that may not have been technically available. I guess since they're hydraulically connected, what that would mean in one sense is if the laydowns didn't exist, the lease line well would be even better. Or in the other sense, the lease line well can produce barrels that would have been produced out of the laydowns anyway. So what's important is the interference, and that shows the connection. In this particular case, it happened to be positive instead of negatively harming.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, did you have any further witnesses, Mr. Mann? Or-
That's all I have, Mr. Examiner. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll turn to Mr. Garris if you want.
I'm
to
going
make
to
an argument.
presume that the commission is receiving our submission as being evidence of what our status is. I can certainly testify that I'm the trustees of two trusts, and my brother and I are the trustees of two trusts, and we own an undivided 1/3.
So I suppose, Mr. Garris, I was assuming that you're going to provide legal argument. If you want to testify, I can swear you in.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that my submission to the commission should be received as evidence of our positions.
Okay.
And as a factual matter of our legal ownership of certain mineral interests. And I will certainly swear to that in the,
Well, yeah, just, I suppose, just to be sure.
I'll
swear
attest
you in.
that everything I put in my submission is true as far as I know.
Sure. Well, we'll have you raise your right hand and I'll swear you in here. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I will, I do.
So,
And I would submit that the Garris Law Firm, on behalf of the three Garris family trusts, submit that evidence of our ownership of mineral interests and the existence of our legal positions that we are entitled to property. We are perfectly happy with the existing orders. We have started our lawsuit because we are underpaid. They believe, they have asserted that we have not exhausted our administrative remedies, and frankly, we're not complaining about anything that the North Dakota Industrial Commission has done, so therefore we're not needing any application or change. What they are actually trying to do is trying to change the law so that you are acting, that somehow you have the ability to convey ownership interests in land that they do not own. And that is production under Section 19. If we are in a spacing unit, we get our proportionate share. If we are not in that spacing unit, our objective is to change the spacing unit so that we become included, or otherwise we can't complain about it. We are entitled to our proportionate share, and only the people who own land within the spacing unit are entitled to participate in the production from any authorized will for that spacing unit, and we would assert that. We do not believe that the North Dakota Industrial Commission should be, has jurisdiction to change the ownership interests of property owners, and that is not something that has been granted, nor can it give advisory opinions. That is a legal judicial remedy available only to the courts. So therefore, we would stand on our positions. I'm subject to cross-examination.
yes,
I mean, I don't really have any cross-examination on it, just, I mean, it's more kind of legal argument in my opinion. And Petro Hunt's not challenging, I mean, the interest, whatever the Garris Family Trust owns. I mean, this obviously isn't the proceeding to establish, you know, what they do or don't own. So, I mean, that's really not at issue here. And Petro Hunt's not, I mean, just to be clear, Petro Hunt's not seeking a change in the law. Petro Hunt is not seeking a change in any of the orders. Petro Hunt, as operator of this USA lease line well, you know, under the applicable pooling order 3323, paragraph 3, as operator of the well on that spacing unit, they have the obligation to conduct operations in a manner so as to protect relative rights of all interested parties. And as that's interpreted, that includes the owners in Section 20. We have that obligation under the pooling order, so we must protect their correlative rights, and we're doing so. And the dispute, you know, there's a dispute that's arose because of the litigation, so we want confirmation that that is in fact correct.
so I guess, any questions for Mr. Garris from commission staff?
Yes, Jonathan, on the exhibit that was presented by Petro Hunt on Exhibit L1, it indicated in that letter from Mark Orr, on the top of page 7, it talked about the base 1280 spacing units and that allocation should go to the entire base unit, even though a portion of it was not in the immediate designated spacing unit for the lease line well. And then also the amicus brief that was identified under Exhibit L4 indicated the same, that that there should be some allocation to the Section 24 in this case, which was outside that spacing unit. Are you suggesting that those two documents are inaccurate and should not, and do not follow the law?
That's correct. That is correct. Actually, what I'm suggesting is that as you have accurately done, you've established a grid system for the development of the Bakken. And you've established primarily a 1,280 acre spacing unit, which was issued across the board by a couple of orders. And when you did that, you said everybody within each of those 1,280 acre spacing units, all of the property owners within there, are entitled to their proportionate share of the portion that they are owning in. And you protect all of the correlative rights because you're saying you now have the right to go out and develop your proportionate share of the 1,280 acre spacing as compared to the other 29,000 square miles of the Bakken. And every time you create that spacing unit, you have authorized a number of wells. And if you authorize 5 wells in this spacing unit, the production from those 5 wells can only be shared within the property owners within that 1,280 acres. Somebody over here that's also in the Bakken, but he's not in the 1,280 acres, does not have the right to participate. And what they're doing is they're now saying, we reject the 1,280 acre spacing unit or the 2,500 40 acre spacing unit they created, and we're giving it to somebody that's adjacent to it because we have to protect their correlative rights. If that's true, then you, as a commission, violated your duty in establishing the spacing unit in the first place, because if there were correlative rights in Section 20, they had to have been, you had to expand the spacing unit. You had to expand the spacing unit to make it a 3,000 or whatever 640 more acres onto it are.
Okay,
Because-
I've got another question for you too. Look, just talking about the 1280s, the ones in 19 and 20, do you believe that those lay-down 1280s are going to be affected by the lease line well that was drilled immediately to the west?
I do not believe so. I believe that they are taking advantage of the gap that exists between the wells pursuant to your rules. You have actually done a great deal of protection of the property owners to avoid the drainage and also leave that little area that now can be a new spacing units created. 1 or 2 authorized well, and you're only getting production from the gap area, and only the people within that spacing unit should be participating.
On Exhibit E2 of PetroHunts, it indicated that there is interference between the lease line well and those lay-down 1280s that we're talking about. If there is that interference, how could you say that those lay-down 1280s are not draining a portion? Excuse me, I'm asking a question if he doesn't.
He's my brother and partner,
I
David
understand he probably
I'm
is, you look
listening to you.
alike, but I would like for you to listen to my question before,
Well, I
without
understand it.
interruption, so.
Under the rule of capture, each of those wells has the right to go
I
out.
wasn't even done asking the question.
Go ahead, continue.
So I'll start over. The 1280 wells, or excuse me, the 1280 wells that were drilled, it's been shown that there is interference with the lease line well. So I don't understand why you think that there isn't reserves that could be taken away from those laydown wells by the lease line well that has been drilled.
Well, if there is supposed to be interference like that, then this commission should in fact change the spacing unit to include an additional area.
Okay,
But right-
now that leads me to another question. On Order 3323 that you referenced several times, it is therefore ordered paragraph 8. Do you know where that language came from? Do you know why it's in there?
I believe that it is a sort of routine language that you have used for 40 or 50 years.
Well, you're incorrect.
Okay.
The language actually came from, I believe it was a Whiting case, it may have been at ULG, but I specifically remember Whiting came in addressing this particular problem of underlying base units and affecting wells. And the purpose of language like this was to actually allow the base units to come in and share in those overlapping units. That was the intent of the commission. The commission did this specifically for overlapping units. So this language will not appear on base units, base spacing units.
And it shouldn't, Your Honor. frankly, what ends up happening is when they created the base unit, they did not create that so that it'll last
No,
for 15 million
it doesn't,
years.
and it shouldn't. But that's where that language came from. It came from the fact that we want to protect the correlative rights of those base units that are being drained by the overlapping units. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
Okay, I appreciate it. From my position, the setbacks are to create an area that is not, nobody's going to have a fight about whether or not it was drained. And I share in your enthusiasm for getting that production. You avoid waste by drilling another well, and I applaud you for doing that. But if that was the case, that this was, the well that they were going to drain, they should have changed the spacing unit so that it included section, that section 20, and they did not. Because under the law, they can only pay, and the proration is only attributed to the owners within the spacing unit that's created.
I've got another question for
Go
you
ahead.
then. On Exhibit E1, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Just looking at Section 20, I believe you asked the question, is there going to be a lease line well drilled adjacent or along that east line of Section 20?
I did.
And you don't have minerals in Section 20, do you?
No, I don't, but because section 20 does.
Okay, just a second. You can answer that later if you want to expand upon it, but I don't want to lose my train of thought here. So these laydown wells, they're going to be affected by that lease line well drilled on the east side, don't you believe, in Section 19 and 20?
No, not I.
You don't think so?
I believe if the commission is coming up with rules and setbacks that are consistent with relative rights, it should not.
And do you know what the setback is on that east line to?
Off the top of my head, I don't know
laydown
if it's 350 or something in the neighborhood.
Probably 150.
150.
Since that's the heel. Now, if we go to a spacing unit that lease line would have, is Section 19 going to be in that spacing unit?
In my mind, it shouldn't be,
Yeah,
but
it
it better
probably
be.
won't be.
It better be.
It won't be, because if it's on the east line, it would be the two sections on either side of that would be taken in. So from what you're telling me, when that lease line well is drilled, you shouldn't be sharing in it.
No, I'm saying that they have to make provisions for my getting a share of it if they're going to take some of my land in 19. Petro Hunt, if
And
they're
the
going to
commission's answer to that in order 30323, under paragraph 8, is that we did take that into consideration to protect correlative rights when we pull that unit.
and I'm not seeing anything in there that talks in terms of what happens to the well that's going to be drilled to the east of section 20. I don't see that in that order of 323.
Okay, but what you're saying is that on your side, on the east side, where you don't have minerals in 20, you should share in the well, but on the west side, section 20 shouldn't share.
Well,
So, I mean, you're saying, yes, I should share if it's on the east side, but those in 20 shouldn't share if it's on the west side.
No, I'm saying that if in fact USA, the one that we're talking about, the well that's being drilled right now, is going to be, if they're going to allow some of my oil to be paid to a land that isn't being drained by that well, then I have to be entitled to a right to receive any income from an oil well that is drilled to the east that is going to be draining any portion of section 20. And that's the 150 feet that is in section 20 that is right now, that void or gap in production. I should be getting a share of that too. Because they've somehow said when they created the base unit, base is a adjective, it's not a legal phrase. That original 1,200 acre spacing does not become a wedding for 150 years that says every subsequent commission order is wed to that 1,280 acre spacing. You can create any number of overlapping spacing units, and for the authorized wells, the people within that spacing unit where you've protected correlative rights, they participate, not outside.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Garris, I want to try to see if I understand or further understand your line of thinking, so I'm going to give you a hypothetical. So you own minerals in section 19 that are producing right now.
That is
Correct.
correct.
And if Petro Hunt or somebody drills a lease line well on the east side of section 20, correct?
Correct.
And let's just say, for this theoretical argument, they damage every one of those wells that are in the laydown 1920 and they can no longer produce. They have to plug them. And this lease line well is producing oil from that lease line area. You're saying that because they drilled this lease line well in 19, it would not be in the theoretical 2560, even though they damaged every one of those wells, you should not get any share of that production from that lease line well.
No, I'm saying that when you create the spacing unit, that becomes the only possible payees. And Section 20 is not entitled under your commissioning order. If in fact you tell me I'm wrong, you will be saying that you can pay to that's what Petro Hunt is asking you to do. They can pay to somebody who's not in the spacing unit because they decided to it, and they're relying upon something you said when in fact you've never said that.
I think the commission's position is that in a lease line spacing unit, you allocate production, and we'll use the USA. You allocate production to section 19. That's all the commission is saying. You have to allocate it to 19. But the practical matter is, because of an underlying contract, which is what the pooling is, that contract then allocates the oil to section 20, and the commission does not have jurisdiction over contracts.
If you look at the underlying contract, it only says for production from wells authorized in that spacing unit. And those would be the wells that are basically in section 20. The USA well is not a well authorized within that spacing unit.
But it is producing oil from that spacing unit.
It is, but that's why when you establish their spacing units, you make a decision as to where the drainage is coming from, because only the people within that area of the spacing unit are entitled to be paid.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, I would like to maybe discuss maybe a briefing schedule for closing briefs. I was thinking, maybe, do you want to do simultaneous briefing? I think that maybe.
Generally speaking, simultaneous briefs mean he goes one way and I go another, and we would prefer to respond to him because he's the applicant, he's the one that's asking for relief.
Sure.
Right.
Well, I guess
Then we should have a reply brief, I guess. If that's the case, that's typically how it is, and so.
yeah. So it would be simultaneous briefing and then a simultaneous reply, I guess was what I had in mind. If that makes sense, but
Actually, it's more work for both of us, but that's perfectly fine.
I guess.
That's fine, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. So for a time frame, I guess, how long do we need on?
Mr. Examiner, I've got some conflicts coming up at the beginning of April, so I'd prefer at least like 21 days for the initial brief, if that's okay.
That would be
Perfectly fine.
okay. I guess I don't have my calendar in front of me. Was that April 12th? Yes.
Oh.
Or, oh wait, 21st? Or no, no.
Let's see, could we do that?
Yeah.
Could we do like the Monday after April 12th?
Okay, so April 17th?
No, it would be the Monday following that. I think April 12th is a Wednesday, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, so the following Monday, the 17th.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so initial briefing, April 17th. And then chance for reply. Yes.
10 days?
That work? Okay, so April 27th for a reply. And yes, I would like you to address the jurisdictional questions and I guess whether or not this is just an advisory opinion. I think that's an important issue. Maybe address some of the issues with, you know, the McKenzie County District Court case. I guess I have some questions maybe I could ask now. In that case, has there been any argument over exhaustion of administrative remedies or any determinations?
There's a pending motion for dismissal because of failure to exhaust our administrative remedies.
Okay. So I guess that's, if that changes, you know, I would like that to be addressed in the briefs as well. I think that's going to be pretty important for us going forward. So I'll keep the record open for those, I guess, briefs as supplement. Is there anything further from staff?
I'm just wondering if this is a premature case then, if it's still pending and they haven't acted on the motion to remand back to us.
We believe it is.
And I guess we disagree. I mean, I don't, Petro Hunt's position is that this issue, underlying issue with respect to allocation of production, is an issue that must be determined by the Industrial Commission. The commission is the one that has jurisdiction under 380804 to allocate production. This is an allocation of production issue. It's also a correlative rights issue. Correlative rights also under the jurisdiction of the commission squarely. So really see no way that this can be avoided at the Industrial Commission. It has to be addressed here first before anything can be addressed at the district court.
And we actually would submit that this court, or this body, would never have jurisdiction until you assume jurisdiction over all of the landowners in Section 19. Give them specific notice of this, rather than just a newspaper publication and a letter from Mr. Mann to us saying that you were going to do this. There's a square mile of landowners that are directly affected by your decision, and they have no clue that this is going on.
So I guess that I think all of this would be relevant for being briefed. So I would, make that a part of your arguments, please. Yes. Anything further from staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
Mr. Garris?
Nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. That will conclude the hearing in case number 29902. Hang on. Case number 29705, application of Petro Hunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Kittleson Slough Bakken Pool, Burke County, ND, to extend the outline and amend the applicable orders for the Kittleson Slough Field to include all of sections 19 and 30, Township 159 North, Range 91 West, and establish a stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 159 North, Range 91 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to April. Case number 29841, temporary spacing to develop an oil and/or gas pool discovered by the Petro Hunt Dakota LLC number 3-9 Hagen Well, file number 15013, in the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter of section 9, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, ND, define the field limits and enact such special field rules as may be necessary. This case is continued to April. Case number 29837, application of Petro Hunt LLC for an order for the Keene, Bakken, Three Forks, and/or Charleston Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 153 North, Range 95 West, McKenzie County, ND, and authorize the drilling of one horizontal well on or near the section lines between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit, and granting such other and further relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to April. Case number 29346, application of Oventive Production, Inc. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Lost Bridge and/or Bear Creek Bakken Pools to establish a stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 10, 15, and 22, Township 148 North, Range 96 West, Dunn County, ND, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to April. Case number 29843, application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Hebron Bakken Pool, Williams County, ND, to establish 2 overlapping stand-up 1440 acre spacing units described as all of section 34 and the west half of section 35, Township 156 North, Range 104 West, and all of sections 3 and 10, and the west half of sections 2 and 11, Township 155 North, Range 104 West, and all of sections 15, 22, and 27, and the west half of sections 14, 23, and 26, Township 155 North, Range 104 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on each such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to April. Case number 29903, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Rossbakken Pool, Montreal County, ND, to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 35 and 36, Township 156 North, Range 90 West, and section 31, Township 156 North, Range 89 West, and to authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. Terminate 2 1280 acre spacing units consisting of section 35 and 36, Township 156 North, Range 90 West, and sections 31 and 32, Township 156 North, Range 89 West, and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to April, and that will